And hello and welcome. Good afternoon. Do we have any numbers or details yet? We have some details, but no specifics. But we still will be able to like have an idea of what's going on. Also, Nemo, thanks for 2 months. So I totally may or may not have accidentally fallen asleep for 30 minutes before stream, so if I sound like I just woke up, sound like I just woke up, yeah. Also, some important business to take care of before we actually get into stuff. Hold up. Important business. This is I've been looking forward to this. Fine motion banner, guys. I need to roll on it. It just dropped as I started stream. I need to roll on it right now. Okay, this is important business. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm not even gonna use my tickets because I CPA. Okay, well, we'll just speedrun this. We'll just speedrun the Spark real fast and see how it is, okay? I can see the top of the screen is cut off, but that's fine. We're just going to... Okay! Okay! There's +1. +1. There you go. Very nice. Very nice. So that will be at least LB3 secured. I have LB1 right now, and I'm intending to go for 1 full spark. Yeah. Random Rico, can't say no to that, right? Can't say no to that. Random freaking Rico spook. Actually useful. Actually useful. Nothing of value. Nothing of value. So now we are officially... Oh wait, now we're on rate. Okay, and... What the heck is this card? Never seen this card. Cool, I guess. Okay, 100 more, guys. 100 more, and then I'll get focused. Okay. Garbage. I already hit. Oh? Excuse me? Manhattan Cafe. Double. Okay. Ew. And then we have... Oh! Let's go! We are set. We are set now. That's MLB secured. I just need to finish this part. Oh, too good at this game, guys. Too good at this game. Last 10 pulls. Okay, you know what? We are fine. We are fine. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Pick up one of these. And we have ourselves an MLB. Oh, we have. Hang on, where is it? No, we have ourselves MLB fine motion. Let's go. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I just had to gamble. Yeah, I've been playing Uma actively since launch. Okay, very actively. I just haven't been streaming it recently. It is still pretty much my favorite game to play like on mobile. It is like so good as a game to play like when you want to lay down in bed, you know, or when you wake up but you're not tired enough to actually get up, then you could play on the phone. Because like, okay, like let's be real. Ain't nobody playing Endfield on their phone, right? Certainly no one's playing Endfield on their phone. I don't consider Endfield a mobile game. Endfield and any other 3D gacha, like ain't nobody playing these on their phone, okay? Actually nobody. You were hoping CCs to get early access for guides. I think there is an early access server. I don't have access to it right now. But if CCs do have access to it, they are under NDA. So, yeah. But you know what that means? That means that those people are going to have they're gonna have guides out on literally day one. So unlucky me, I'm gonna have my guide out like literally a week after, because you know numbers take time. So it'll take me a hot minute to be able to get my stuff together. So we will do what we can ahead of time though. At least because we just covered Yvonne. Since we just covered Yvonne, we already have a solid understanding of her team dynamic. Although I also think it's kind of weird that we are literally getting 2 back-to-back cryo pistol users. Yeah. I think for entertainment purposes, playing on phone is comfier and faster, provided you have a good phone, right? You have to have a good phone though. 3 back-to-back Yvonne teammates. Now, you know what that means? You just pull on Tangtang banner, and you just get all 3 of them, right? 5 head. Just go for the T5 Tantan, and then you get Yvonne and Gilberta in the process, right? But don't let certain people say that you T5 Tantan. They might make accusations against you, you know? Tang Tang. Is it not Tang like soup, right? Tang. Isn't that why you guys call her soup? Because Tang is soup in Chinese. What are my thoughts on Rosie and Pog? I'll be honest, I don't know much about the physical team dynamics at all, nor have I looked too much into them. Despite being like, I totally am looking forward to Rosie. I think she's cute and I want to pull for her. That being said, I know we have some information on her. I haven't started like doing proper research though. Tang soup. Okay, look, just call her soup. And if anybody asks why, we'll just say, you know, that's what everyone else is saying. You think people pronounce her like Tang in the pouch? Like, is it like A? Tang with A sound or ah sound? Okay. Tangtang. What do I think of Rosie? I think she's... Her kid seems interesting. And I feel like we really need to see... Get some more information to see how she actually works, you know? Again, it's hard to say for her especially since I haven't like done like physical team numbers myself yet, so it's really hard for me to determine like what she would need to fit into a physical team. But for like for Tangtang, it will be a lot easier because I know being Yvonne support comparisons, and we can kind of figure out like how strong does her buff need to be, how strong does her personal damage need to be for her to be a stronger teammate than whatever other option. Tangtang, soup. Okay, we can all agree on soup, right? You wonder who will be replaced? Easily the Perlica slot. So right now, the team is Zaihi. Okay, you can't take away Zaihi. Okay, so Zaihi is pretty much set in stone. And then Gilberta, who is a 0 SP, 0 SP huge nuke buff. And then lastly we have either Perlica or Alesh. And Alesh is like your SP positive, sits there to look pretty support who honestly does not do too much. He's just kind of there. The most he does is give you a cryo infliction stack with his ult. And if you max him out, he has a chance to give you another buff. So that's pretty cool. Having a chance to have another buff is, you know, always cool, right? You guys will also notice that I have unlisted the previous Endfield VODs. Guys, you know what happened? I think YouTube algorithm took my Yvonne debut VOD and they assumed it was so similar to my Yvonne guide that the VOD replaced the guide on the algorithm. And at that point, unlisting the VOD didn't do it any favors. So my Yvonne guide to this day is still shadow banned. If you search for it on YouTube, you won't be able to find it, and it, yeah, kind of sucks. But if you're wondering why any previous VODs are disappearing, that's I unlisted them in an attempt to get them not to brick the algorithm, because some people say that VODs are really bad for algorithm or whatever. I don't know. I like to keep them up because I think they're useful references for people, but I don't know. Is there any way she makes Yvonne better than Last Rite? I mean, Yvonne and Last Rite, it just kind of depends on I don't know. I always feel like that's more of a preference thing, you know? But we will see. I will run the numbers on all the team variants. It's gonna be a lot of work. I haven't run dedicated calcs for Last Rite teams. I basically just focused on Yvonne, right? And I did. The only Last Rite calcs I ran is if you run Last Rite with Yvonne, is it better or worse? It's worse. So that's all we needed to know for that. So for the for soup, we're going to need to calculate 3 main teams. The 3 questions, the 3 main teams that people will probably be interested in for soup is 1, is she good with Last Rite? 2, is she good with Yvonne? 3, is she good as her own DPS, right? Those will kind of be the three broad concepts. And now, here's the thing about Endfield Theorycraft. Something I love and also don't love at the same time. I mean, I love it, but god dang, is it a lot of work. In this game, team voting is very up in the air. There's a lot of like team options, right? And it's to a point where like you can cover basically like a bajillion different teams. There's so many options. Obviously like any numbers regarding her how her damage is, we won't be able to tell until she's actually out, right? But what we can do now is like figure out how much does she need to do to be competitive with these existing options. So then when she does come out, we will instantly know, does she clear the line or does she not, you know? Also, Aston and Salty Crowding should follow up then. Something else that's also up in the air is that there's no details about her weapon right now, right? So we don't know if her weapon will be like a support weapon, if it'll have like buff for the team, right? Because it was hinted that, you know, she could use her as a support and that you can also use her as a DPS. So we don't know whether or not she's going to have like a full DPS weapon or like a weapon that gives like buffs. Thanks for the Gremlin guides, you're welcome. You know, I've been getting some comments on my relink guides recently, and I actually like pulled up one of my old relink guides because sometimes I rewatch my old content just to see like how scuffed they were. But then like honestly, okay, I feel like I did a pretty good job with a lot of those relink guides. Now, minus the mic quality. I think my mic quality back then was giga ass. I didn't have equalizer at all. I do think I'm not disappointed with how I did on those older guides. If her weapon is a team-wide buffs, are there any other pistols that provide buffs? No, like that's the thing about pistols. Like unless I'm missing something, well, at least for Cryo, there are no buffing things for Cryo at all. So also I need to use like a lot of this sanity, so I'm just going to be spamming this for now. And like that's like the thing for characters like Fluorite. There's no freaking buffing option for them, you know. That's 700,000 T credits. You think that's enough T credits? Yeah, Zyke also buffs nature, so as if she wasn't strong enough for Cryo already, she does buff nature as well. Do you guys know off the top of your head how many resources you need to max a new character? Cause I'm going to try to pre-farm. I don't know if I'm going to pull for Soup because I want roasting, even though, you know, I literally have not even touched my I have not touched my Levitine at all. She's still level 1. She is still freaking level 1. Okay. There's a pinned message on Discord for character cost. In my Discord or in official? 1.2 mil for no mastery. Yikes. Okay, well. Is Dapan good enough to team up with who now? I don't know anything about physical teams, sorry, so I can't answer physical stuff. Is Rosie even good with her? Dude, I don't know. I have not even looked at Levitane's kit. I have only done extensive research in electric team and cryo. Physical and heat are completely out of my realm right now. I haven't crunched the numbers yet. Oh, the bitrate? Oh no, not the bitrate. Okay, my internet has totally been... It has been chill for the longest time. I mean, okay, it used to always do this. But then it started calming the F down and it started being, dare I say, almost a little stable. And now, it's been starting to explode again, so I'm lucky. Yeah, my Discord was doing a lot of theory crafting on what do you call it? Rosie, and everyone's pretty much confused at what the heck, like she's actually gonna, how the heck she's actually gonna fit things. Do I like this game compared to other gacha, big gachas? Yes, because it's different. Like, if you look at all the other, all the other quote-unquote big gachas, it's all Hoyo model. It's the same formula with a slightly different skin. And it makes the content and what we'll get, you know, extremely predictable and frankly a little boring, you know. Okay, so I need more T credits is what you're saying. Yeah, they did something nice. Like just a little detail. As somebody who's played this beta 3 times, there is one crucial detail that changed between the betas, and the main difference is that the addition of the single SP bar. This is really important because it means that since all the characters use the same resource, you have to be more strategic in how you determine who gets to use the skill and when. Because every other gacha is like, oh, I just need to there's skills off cooldown, time to press the skill, you know, you need to press their thing off cooldown, right? There's nothing more to it. You switch this X character, use their skill, use their ultimate, swap the X character, use their skill and ultimate, you know. I do think the endgame needs work. In fact, I wouldn't even consider the current endgame a real endgame. The current and quote-unquote endgame, the Umbral Monument, certainly is just an appetizer, right? And alright, the third bar is also important, right? You see, it doesn't even start you at the full 3 out of 3, which means that you don't have to cast a skill at the start. Most of the time, you probably do, but it's not a necessary part of the rotation, you know, to instantly have to cast something at the start. Yeah, sadly there is no challenge, but I mean, I'm sitting patiently. I'm working on developing my theory crafting tools, so I don't mind. And I'm just keeping my hopes up that there's going to be, at some point, an epic challenge, okay? Now, if they pull a Genshin Impact on us and don't give us any challenge for like over a year, then I'm going to start getting pretty freaking disappointed, okay? But right now it's too early to tell. If the game sound is too loud, oh my bad. Okay, is that a little better? I think the game has some good foundation. I think that they shouldn't be afraid to add like harder content. But yeah, that's always something that's a bit polarizing because you have some people who say that this game is too grindy. And some people are like, oh my god, this game is too much to grind, it's too much work, I don't want to play it, it's too much. And then on the other side you have people who are like, oh, I already did everything, there's nothing to do, there's nothing to grind, there's too easy, whatever. So, but then, yeah, it's like, so do you add more hard stuff for the people who are already at the end to keep reaching for? Or is that going to make the people who would think it's too much to feel like they're falling behind or something, you know? Like, I can almost guarantee you that there's going to eventually be some sort of end game that requires multiple teams. And the reason for that is... So, think of the gacha game as a business, right? They need you to pull for more characters. But what is the point of pulling for more characters if you can literally use one team for all the content? If you've noticed, this game has no elemental weakness. No elemental weakness, no elemental advantage, which is really weird. But I mean, also really nice at the same time, you know? How many times have you played those other open world gacha games and you run into, like, I'm playing ice team and then I run into like an ice slime or an ice cube. And then it's like immune to ice damage and it's like, okay, well, screw me, I guess, you know. And God forbid I had to, you know, do a puzzle to do a puzzle, and now I need to get out of combat and change my team. Oh, okay. I mean, yes, there is elemental resistance, but it's like, it's not like it exists, but it like doesn't exist, you know. Like, it's not like, oh, entering this domain, I cannot use my ice team for here. I have to use a different team, you know. Yeah, enemies do have resistance, but it's like, it's not pushed, you know, in here. So it's like, it's not like, oh, but this domain is weak to fire, I should use fire here. Oh, but this domain is weak to ice, I don't have to do that. You can use one team for everything, which is nice, but also at the same time in a gacha game, playing multiple teams is all part of the charm, you know. Learning the intricacies of your other teams and not just being a one-trick pony. That's really what makes gachas a lot of fun, you know. Like, you can have a main team, but for the most part you'll be mostly grinding. I mean, a lot of other gachas will have you grinding a lot of different teams. It's near impossible to raise a second team. I mean, I have my electric team fairly decked out, almost fully artificed, almost full essence here. M3 where it matters. Hurlika level 90 as well. Yvonne, M3 on the two things that matter. Pretty much, no, this is actually full artifice. Because this, I don't need to finish artificing this one. And yeah, weapon maxed out, essence maxed out. Second team for what? For testing. For testing. But I mean, certainly there's going to be. Certainly, you will need multiple teams eventually, right? But yeah, you hope they keep it at one team. I mean, Certainly they're going to incentivize you to play another team eventually, you know. Because, like, won't it get boring if you just, you know, have one team that you play until the end of eternity? Although, yes, I did buy the Battle Pass, and I think the Battle Pass is kind of... is... hello? Are we back? Thanks, Comcast. Gee, thanks. I wonder if that blew up... I wonder if that blew up the YouTube room. Did that duplicate the YouTube room? Please tell me it didn't. Okay, I don't think it did. But we're actually synced. Okay, that was weird. Certainly that's the only one time it just flips out. Endfield is very much designed around having a battle pass. I mean, yes and no. Because something to like, again, there is no push currently for a second team. You can build one team as FTP just fine. Like, I did my whole electric team before I ended up swiping for the battle pass. And you don't ever need a second team right now. So there's no rush. There's really no rush. Like, the thing about this game's progression is that I think, yes, leveling up, like getting the materials from farming stages to like max out your stuff, I do think it feels more expensive, right? Than average. But the reason behind that is that there is the important thing is that there is no infinite gear progression. Like, think about that for a second. In any other gacha, you are infinitely grinding for better RNG artifacts and whatever RNG substats and yeah, and that is going to be a huge resource sink. Because to get your whatever double crits and whatever you want, it's going to take quite a long time, quite a lot of resources. But at least you don't have to worry about that here, you know. And as a result, there the base price of like maxing out a character is more expensive. I mean, by design, right? As it probably should be. Also, I guess I can see I'm staring into the void. Okay, I'm back. Etching takes forever. It has RNG, but it has a constant as well. It has a guarantee. Imagine if you're playing like Genshin and it's like after 15 artifacts, you can like pick your substats to exactly what you want, exactly the value you want. And then, you know, so there's a definitive finish line. Yeah. There is a finish line here. There is no finish line with the RNG gear progression, you know. And like RNG stats is like it's the most generic infinite content, you know, infinite content glitch that the gacha games have been taking advantage of. They're just like, oh yeah, just give them some RNG, a substat grind, and they'll be grinding forever. It's that simple. Just give them an infinite grind. An infinite grind that has them feeling absolutely nothing. Artificial replayability, yep. You basically just, yeah, for essence, just slam the RNG until like the last level, and then use your tag to pitch out. Infinite grind is the end game, but it's like, it's so, I don't know, lame. Okay, it is so lame. A new White Ranger, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I think emblems and Stella Sora are also lame. But I mean, like, the thing is, like, in a lot of these games, they give you these options for infinite grinds, infinite substat grinds. But then, like, the end games never remotely need anything. In fact, you can probably do the end game with no gear at all and be fine, you know. But like, I mean, that's just a gacha game problem in general. The biggest gacha game pitfall, in my opinion, okay? And I've said this many times. The biggest problem with gachas is that they can never have real... They can never have real difficulty. Because gacha games are inherently pay-to-win games. If they make something too difficult all of a sudden, it's not because it's hard, it's because it's a paywall, you know? It's a unit check. And then people get angry. So, unfortunately, because of that, they have to kind of balance things at a much more reasonable level. Endfield could do a lot with the trimmed metal system, yeah. Like, I think stuff like trimmed metal, just an optional challenge just to get people to, you know, push themselves hard for something, I think is a good idea. Better for people to be angry than bored. I mean, it's a dangerous line to cross because they don't want the reputation of, you know, making the game alienating for the average player, the average spender. And you know, I would love to know more than an anime waifu game. That's not a gacha. It's just unfortunate that every anime game in the modern thing in 2026, any cute anime game is going to be a freaking gacha. So, you know, it is what it is. Is doing FedEx in this game bad? Does it feel like a chore? I don't mind it. I do it if I, you know, if I feel like doing it. If I don't, wait, hang on, I didn't pick it up. I do it if I feel like doing it. If I don't want to do it, I don't do it. It's that simple. League of Legends is a true endgame. No, do not play League of Legends. Like, you don't need to do this. This is like, doing deliveries is completely optional for progression. It's completely unnecessary. Like, I'm just yapping right now, so I might as well do something in the background while I yap. Logging onto my RuneScape to get myself back to AFK farming while I'm yapping. Yeah, I am not going back down that path. I used to play a lot of League. And it was a bad time. And I put it down for good. Okay. When you unrevise gear, it doesn't matter which stats you choose first. No. You can eventually, I mean, yes, but no. Like, you can max it out regardless of what you pick. It's just, you know, obviously you probably want to invest your resources into the more important stats first. Scarlet Nexus is a very good anime game that's not a gacha. Maybe I'll have to take a look at it. Dude, hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Imagine like if we had something like PoE 2, but like anime girls. Man, imagine. But that's not slap. Dude. And I mean, they could add gacha cosmetics for all I care. I'll probably swipe the hell out of it. Duet Night Abyss. Okay, problem with DNA is that it has the formula of a gacha. The entire game was designed around being a gacha until the last 2 months of its release. Endfield models but Elden Ring gameplay, yeah, you know that would be epic. You know, I genuinely tried to appreciate DNA. Okay. But I just could not. It just did not click for me. It was like the design of it was clearly too confused, and I feel like the change to all of a sudden be no gacha was too sudden. And when the entire selling point of the game was, hey guys, look, we're no longer gacha, you know, like that can't be the entire selling point of the game. It just feels like a bait and switch at that point, you know. I think the game needs another year in the oven. At least another year in the oven. But maybe they were rushed to get it out. Is what I'm imagining. It's too much. Like whatever. I mean, like getting inspired by a successful game, there's no problem with that. But when it doesn't really have much to offer besides okay, like anime girls are great, but like you still need to have good gameplay. There were plenty of cute anime games with horrible gameplay, you know, but before the era of gacha. And don't get me wrong, I've played my fair share of freaking, you know, Asian MMO slop. Crap like Aura Kingdom, Legend of Edda, those types of games, like area games, you know, those pieces of crap. I've spent my fair share of time playing all those pieces of garbage. Just because they had cute characters. A Blue Protocol is definitely like a reincarnation of those slop games, except it released in 2025. BP was a big blunder. How do I think Ananta is going to do? I don't know anything about Ananta other than the something city life game. I haven't seen anything, like any gameplay about it. I mean, of the little bit of like trailers I have seen, were all very confusing, and I'm not even sure if they know what the heck they're doing. Every game I mentioned is your favorite game ever and you're crying. I mean, I've put hours into it too, okay? Like, I put hours into games knowing that they were pretty bad. And Maple Story 2, you know, was one of those games that I played super religiously because it was really cute. Even though the game was kind of bad, you know, it was like, I'm not going to ever say it was a great game. Okay, I think that should be good for the maintenance. Did I do all the maintenance? Maybe I should use the rest of this. I still don't know if I'm actually gonna pull for Soup. Yeah. But why don't we get into the title of this stream, which would be looking into what's okay, actually, you know what? No. Let me burn all the sanity, and then we'll look into Soup, okay? How popular do I think she will be outside of Cryo? I don't think she will be used outside of Cryo. Certainly not. You guys are talking about how long it takes to build a character in WoA. Okay, here's the thing. As somebody who pulled every single character in that game while I played for content, I never farmed echoes except for Encore and P, because those were my favorite characters. The rest just used some copium ass crap, and it was good enough. Because the thing is, copium ass crap is good enough for like the content anyways. You don't really need any better than copium crap. But obviously, if there's a character that you like, then you know you probably want to give them a little more love, you know. And I'll have you know that I woke up every day at 4 AM to farm every echo on the map for Peeb, because Peeb is really cute and really worth it. Wow, skill issue. I just freaking disabled the usage. Do I think Rosie can run with her? They have pretty much no synergy at all from what I know. You have no Cryo team? I mean, sure, like, they did mention that she's going to be like... She's like a one-girl army, that you can play her as DPS, so... I imagine that she will be playable as her own DPS. How soon do I think she'll be power capped? It's hard to say, because in this game the rules are so diverse that... Every character in the game right now pretty much has a role, okay? I just minimized the game for no reason. You hate Yvonne? I think she's... I don't know, I think she's pretty fun, okay? But to each their own, you know? Like, especially with how this game is right now, you should just be building for waifu, you know? You got timed up for sending a message to one? No!
Hope you have a good stream. GTG, my GI waving.
Kavozo, thanks for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day if you're heading out. Resources take time and you have zero intentions of building Emperor. Yes, you build who you want to build. Like I have Leviatine and I haven't even bothered. I haven't even read what the F she does, okay? Like, yes, I do think Yvonne has some kind of weird fan service sometimes, but I don't know. I like the that's just totally very satisfying. Oh right, they're adding full old energy for dailies. That's going to be insane. That is going to be insane. Dude, I think last rite will be able to instantly, like literally instantly pop some of these daily stages. Just convert to ult, you know, convert to ult, Maygi ult, and then last rite will pop. Okay, 1 million T credits. Rite. But like it's not like this, you know, this farming takes too long to begin with, you know. Like I just burned probably what's close to like, I don't know, 1,500 sanity. Who's my favorite character? That would have to go to Perlica. Although Yvonne is pretty cool as well. Okay, we farmed so many T credits. You can probably make a team just around instantly farming stages, you know? Just drop 4 ults and just freaking one-shots every time. I think it's honestly going to be a little silly. It really is going to be a little silly. It's going to be silly to a point where it's like... At that point, just add a skip button, right? At that point, you might as well just add a skip button. Ow. Okay. So... all they did was say certain stages. I don't know if that means like re-crisis and stuff as well. Re-crisis, like trimmed metal hunting or showcasing with full ults would be kind of crazy. Even though I imagine the end game, you know, is supposed to have a 0 energy start. Hilarious, thanks for the follow, welcome. Can't wait for when they implement gift tickets. Ah, yes, let's play the game even less, right? Oh, did they specify re-crisis? I actually didn't watch the whole live stream, so I might have missed that. But yeah, like with instant ult, you should pretty much be able to instantly kill any farming stage with 4 ults. So yeah, that would be interesting. except if they spawn in waves. Oh right, yeah. Then you have to use your you have to use your brain a little. Okay, so how should we start this? So let's talk about soup. For those who need a refresher, this is her kit as revealed on the live stream. So Tia, she makes these whirlpools and water spouts. When she does her combo. Her combo is when applying cryo infliction. And it creates a whirlpool. And then... So what these whirlpools are going to be for is these are turned into water spouts when you use her skill. And based on how many water spouts there are, you get some art susceptibility. So I don't think it's ever specified what's this, how much art susceptibility this is. When applying cryo infliction or arts burst, right? So, which means that if you were to run a nature team and stack nature infliction, you would still be able to use her combo with this. Like, notice that nothing in her kit is specifically her applying cryo. Like, she does not apply she does not I mean, no, never mind, I lied, her skill does. But she can function with a team that, I mean, she does not need the team to specifically be doing cryo, is what I'm saying, I guess. But yes, I mean, like, obviously it's a bit easier if she's in a cryo team because you don't have to wait for the second stack for this, but yeah. What does arts burst mean? So when you stack infliction, every stack of infliction beyond the first will do a burst. So if I press Perlica's skill, boom, now they have electric infliction. If I press it again, boom, then they explode for an arts burst, which means every stack beyond the second. So, like her skill, it puts an cryo infliction and does damage over time. It creates water spouts and causes all the water spouts to apply art susceptibility. Now, I don't know how long these water spouts last. I don't know if she consumes. I mean, like, if you use this like 2 separate times, will the buff be based and you... Let's say... Okay, let's just say theoretically they last 30 seconds. If you use the skill again and still have the previous water spouts up, will that increase the power of the buff? And yeah, the arts burst damage is the same, regardless of stack. But as of right now, my impression is that you want to wait. You get multiple combos and get multiple water whirlpools, and then you use the skill and you get some big buff. We don't know how many you would need to get the maximum buff. But yeah, 2 combos under skill would give you 3. And that would make sense in the terms of the general rotation. Her ulti freezes the enemy and does an additional... Like, it puts you in like a time stop. And it only ends when you do a plunge attack. And then that also creates a water spout. So if you do 2 combos and ult, that will have you with 3, and then when you use a skill 4. Water Ivy kind of. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, right? It's like with Aviwana, it's you stack up the spears and then you pull them all in at once for a huge burst. Here you want to set up the whirlpools and whatever, and at the end she applies a big susceptibility, right? But here's the thing that's a little weird for me. Her ultimate, I imagine this is going to be a substantial amount of damage. But to get the extra water spout from her talent, this wants you to pretty much finish her ult. But we're doing all of this before applying the susceptibility. So she's not going to even benefit from her own buff. Am I missing something? Her ult is not going to benefit. I mean, maybe her ult just doesn't do too much damage, you know? Maybe it's like Aviwana, where the skill is where the damage is, but I don't think this says, like, you know, everyone will do damage. I think it's just a debuff. No, the water spouts are not what inflicts infliction. It's the skill that puts on infliction. Her ult consumes the spout. Wait, it consumes it? I mean, it converts it into water spouts. It creates a bajillion water spouts. Oh, wait. Okay, no, never mind. No, never mind. So when it's converted into a water spout, it's already used up. So whirlpool is like the spear. It's like the Aviwana spear on the ground. When it's a water spout, it's already spinning and dealing damage. And oh, the talent will also make them do arch susceptibility, right? So you do the plunge and you will still have that arch susceptibility. Do you even need to use her skill then? I mean, it depends on how many water spouts you need. Right, there's SP return in here somewhere, right? Doesn't her skill return SP based on the amount of water spouts consumed? Yes, okay, so you can. So okay, does anybody know how the does a sus apply without skill? Yes, because the talent says when you use the ult, when you make the water spouts from your ult, it's the same as from the skill. Does anybody like? Actually, you know what? Let's look at the footage. Give me 1 sec. Let me pull it up. So she will be a discount infliction applier, which will be good. So let's see if we could see if there's anything useful in the footage. So this is what her ult looks like. We have the time freeze and then the plunge will do a big explosion. Oh, it's did I miss being? This isn't it. Hold up. This.
生成的涡流与水龙卷施加寒冷附着，造成寒冷伤害。而作为河流的女儿，她
Yeah, her combo was estimated to be about 12-second cooldown. So let's take a look.
依水而生、逐波而长的元素，希望技能演出与效果设计上都融入了大量的水流相关的元素，希望能呼应她的身世背景。而终结技则进一步强化了汤汤在战场中的控场表现，也很符合她一夫当关、万夫莫开的清波寨大当家的身份吧。
How many stops are up at once? So let's see.
普攻叫崩你脑壳，最多可以进行5段连续打击，并对敌人造成寒冷伤害。
Okay, basic attack is a basic attack. Okay, so
是整套机制中的核心技能。
This is the water spell.
发动时，汤汤会对敌人造成寒冷伤害，先取一处水龙卷。 同时呢，还会消耗场上的涡流，使它们转化为额外的水龙卷。
Something I'm noticing is that there is no debuff second for
涡流
this.
和水龙。
Oh, the default single water spout does not do the debuff. It has to be from a whirlpool. Okay.
都是汤汤在场上创造出的特殊效果。之后呢，我们也会进行详细的介绍。先说回这个水龙卷啊，它会对范围内的敌人施加寒冷附着，并持续造成寒冷伤害。如果单次战绩形成多个水龙卷，还将额外施加法术脆弱的效果，并且根据水龙卷生成的数量返还一定的激励。可以说，水龙卷就是汤汤在战场上发挥的关键了。当敌人被施加寒冷附着，或是受到法术爆发伤害时，就可以触发汤汤的连续技“河水助我”。 一道强力水流仿佛回应了他的召唤，贯穿前方敌人，造成寒冷伤害的同时，会迸射出一处涡流。如果解锁了汤汤的第一天赋肝胆相照，涡流还会使附近的敌人减速。
Notice this little UI that she has over here. You can't. It's kind of being covered up by the subtitles, but she has a little counter over here.
使我方的干员获得移动速度增加。我们希望汤汤的连续技与战技之间能够形成清晰的配合关系，战技能够提供寒冷附着，用于触发连续技生成涡流，而积累的涡流又可以通过下一次战技转化为水龙卷，从而获得更强的输出效果。
Like it's inactive and then you do the combo, it makes one whirlpool. Like I think this is just telling you how many whirlpools you have. You know.
终结技，大战家盯着呢。发动时，汤汤会揭开眼罩，释放魔眼中的古老图形。在剧情中啊，也会有汤汤摘下眼罩时的表现。我们希望每次技能释放都能让大家回忆起那份决意。 这也是诸多考量之后才决定了以魔眼为视觉锚点，以控制为主的一个设计思路。在刚才提到的魔眼中的古老图形释放后，范围内的所有敌人，注意啊，包括领袖敌人，都将被封锁行动。巨浪对范围内的大落攻击。值得一提的是，解锁汤汤的第二天赋，会员在古老图形内进，汤汤还会额外生成一束先结束演化时，除了巨浪伤害
A whole lot of yapping to explain how the ult works here.
提升之外，汤汤还会额外生成一束水龙卷。
Please give us a counter for spears. Oh yes, I'm begging. Why do they have this for other characters and not Aviwana? Okay, come on. I want to be able to look at my footage and clearly see that I skill issued when I lose spears, you know. Yeah, so the ult punch, it says it activates your stuff as if you've used your skill.
场上的每一处涡流都额外形成一处水龙卷，这些水龙卷的伤害也都会获得提升。从实战角度看啊，汤汤不仅能
So she can have 3 stacks, huh?
适合来，大家都还记得，看它快要起飞了，可以飞至空中落下大量锚点，很难记，直接停住它。我们现在争取到了宝贵的一些输出时间啊，我们立刻开启塞西和。
When I was watching this for the first time,
飞了
and I saw this, it's like, okay, look. Oh, she's about to fly? Okay, the freeze with the ult. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. But like, look at this stagger bar, right? Look at the stagger bar.
我们现在争取到了宝贵的一些输出时间啊。
And then they cast last right ult at like 95% stagger. I literally screamed. But I mean, I guess it's just a devil, right?
输出，哎，然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了失衡状态，立刻我们使用汤汤的战技产生3个水龙卷。
Okay, did you think she had the
进入了失衡状态，进行一波猛烈的输出。
You only need 2.
BOSS
Wait, hang on. Is there not 3? Hang on, hold up.
用汤汤的终结技直接停住它。我们现在争取到了宝贵的一些输出时间啊，我们立刻开启塞西和别里的终结技，对 BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。哎，然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了失衡状态，对 BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。哎，然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了失衡状态，立刻我们使用汤汤的战技产生3个水龙卷，返还许多。
The immobilize seems to be like 5 seconds. Hold up, hang on. I'm trying to look at something here.
我猛烈的间啊，我们立刻开启。
Inside of her ult, notice that this UI turns blue. Okay. This roll for UI turns blue.
塞西和别里的终结技，对 BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。哎，然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了。
Here, hang on. Let me just grab some screenshots and then we will look at them after.
失衡状态，立刻我们使用汤汤的战技产生3个水龙卷。 返还许多气力的同时，失衡状态 ，BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。哎，然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了失衡状态，立刻我们使用汤汤的战技产生3个水龙卷，返还许多气力的同时，对 BOSS 造成大量的伤害，同时施加寒冷副水龙卷，返还许多。此时进入了失衡状态，立刻我们使用汤汤的战技产生3个水龙卷，刚好 BOSS 此时进入了失衡状态，立刻我们使用汤汤的战技产生3个水龙卷。
Okay, hold up.
时间啊，终结技。
Sorry. Hang on, hold on.
开启塞西和别里的终结技，对 BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。哎，然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了。
So they punch, right?
就是现在，我们发动汤汤的终结技，直接停住它。我们现在争取到了宝贵的一些输出时间。我们立刻开启塞西和别里的终结技，对 BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了。
We leave the blue mode.
失衡状态。
We have a combo. They use the combo.
使用汤汤的战技产生。
Hang on. Hang on. There is 1 frame where it goes to the.
立刻我们使用汤汤的战技产生3个水龙卷。
Cutting it. Like, hang on. I'm missing something here, right? Look.
4号一招，哎，然后刚好 BOSS.
She has 3 whatever they set up before, she has 3 stacks, as you can see, kind of, over on this blue UI, right?
此时进入了失衡状态。
And she plunges, right? She plunged now, right? She plunged here.
开启
We
赛西和
leave
别
the
里的
blue
终结
mode.
技，
We either plunged or they just let it run out.
对 BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。哎，然后
Is this not plunge? They
刚
jump.
好 BOSS 此
Is that this is the plunge, right? This is the plunge.
时进入了
Or maybe not. No, if it was the plunge, we would be back to 0, or wouldn't we? So we did not plunge. They just let the thing run out.
失衡状态。
Wait, did they plunge? You think it just ended? That's just a stagger attack.
就是现在，我们发动汤汤的终结技，
So they
直接
ulted?
停住它。
That is the dive.
我们现在争取到了宝贵的一些输出时间啊！
If that's the dive, then where the heck is the
立刻开启赛
susceptibility?
西和别里的终结技，对 BOSS 进行一波猛烈的输出。
Look,
哎
okay,
然
look
后
at
刚
this.
好 BOSS 此时
This big explosion. If this is the dive, shouldn't there be susceptibility right now? The icon. You see this icon? This one. The 3. This is 3, right? Or is that 2? If you dive, it's no. If the talent, if you dive and make water spouts, it has the same effects as these created from the skill. You will still get susceptibility from diving. So if she did the plunge there, this should trigger the same susceptibility. It had to be the dive because it triggered the combo. So the dive does a cryo infliction, right? Did she have whirlpools? Looking at this icon, I assume this means 3. I assume this is 3, right? Yeah, when you get to water spouts, then when you convert whirlpools into water spouts, then those will apply the same thing as from her skill. Oh wait. Oh right, no, right. It should still. I think if it times out, it still explodes. It still explodes. So that's probably what happened. They just did not dive. Okay, that makes sense. Avid Green, thanks for the follow. Welcome.
进入了失衡状态。
So, as you can see, she has... This is what? 2 stacks, right? This one's 2. Oh, Solaris! Thank you for the prime! Thank you, and welcome! So she has 2 stacks here because she did... Wait, then why the F did she have 3 in her ult? Did one of them just explode? But like she has her combo from her ult running
立刻我
out,
们使用汤汤的战
and then she goes to 3. Okay, look, she goes to 3. This is the 3, the one with the bowl on it. That's the 3 stack whirlpool. And then she uses her skill.
卷，返还许多气力的同时，对
And
BOSS
she
进行一波猛烈的输出。哎， 然后刚好 BOSS 此时进入了失衡状态，立刻
Okay, but she's going to use the skill
我们
here.
使用汤汤的战
Okay, skill has been used.
绩产生3个水龙卷，
It seems to be 30 SP for 3 pulls.
返还许多气力的同时，对 BOSS 造成大量的伤害，同时施加寒冷附着。最后呢，我们再使用别的联系技完成一波收割，哈哈！到最后，
Haha. Okay, so it seems that we are playing around 3 pulls. Okay, so with that in mind, so in a full rotation. Also wait, laughing. Earlier you mentioned that people estimated it was 12 or 16%. Where did that number come from? How does anyone have any clue what the number would be? Just guessing, I see. Just a pure guess. So my goal today is we scribbled together. We mocked up an implementation. And, like, we can determine how strong would she need to be competitive with the current options, you know? And that will be the goal, I guess. So let's determine what she will be doing in a rotation, right? With a combo of time of only 12 seconds, you will be able to make Okay, so what if you do 3 combos, 1 skill, and then 1 combo, ultimate. I don't know why there's no icon there. I guess there would be 1 more combo somewhere over here, right? I don't know if you'll actually be able to get that many though. Like on paper, 5 combos in 60 seconds, but so with 1 combo and an ultimate, we will have two whole water stops. Will we be able to get 5 combos? Hold up, so because the first cryo infliction, you need to do 2 freaking auto attacks because you know, so you're not getting the first combo until like an odd 6-7 seconds in. The second one at 20. 6, 7. Haha! Wow, you guys are so cool. Oh my god. You guys are so cool. Too cool for school. So like, no. The spout from the battle skill. The battle skill creates a spout. Wait. No, but that spout. Wait, no, never mind. No, it's still it. Okay, we do her skill. Yeah, we do her skill again. Okay, this is wait. Never mind. Wait, what? Oh wait, no. This is trolling. This is trolling. This is too many. Okay, I fixed it. 4 combos. Okay. Cause this is a 3 stack. Cause you get a water spout from the skill. It's just that, you know, it doesn't do anything if you don't have any whirlpools. But if you have a whirlpool, it still counts as a water spout. So this is still 3 spouts. So this is our... no, and multiple spouts is not multiple inflictions, okay? These spouts have nothing to do with infliction. The skill just does infliction, okay? The spouts have nothing to do with it. Is this standalone? I mean, I'm thinking of this in the context of a team, but technically, you know, this would probably be what you're gunning for in solo as well. So 2 combos and her skill. That is a 3 stack, which will put a debuff, and then you can do it again for her ult. Okay. So let's go ahead and pull up end access and mock this up. Okay. So this was an Alice version that I had. So she will most likely be taking this black spot at the bottom. So let's just pretend that this Alice spot, okay? Like here, let me inspect element and just write. Pretend this is Tangtang, okay? And I will also remove the image of the dude so it doesn't break the immersion, you know? Okay. So pretend this bottom slot is Tangtang, okay? So we will have our... I mean, it plays almost the same. We have our first combo over here, where Alice would have his first combo. We have a... second combo... We would have to delay... Is this my own tool? No, this is a CN tool. This is really good for planning a rotation. I am working on a version that's more specialized in calculations. Here, let me give you a quick little demo. Of the what do you call it? The proof of concept. Okay. Now, full disclosure, this front end is admittedly vibe coded because I just want a temporary front end just to have something to visualize what we have cooking. Because if I show you guys the cool console logs that I have, okay, you wouldn't really understand it. So here's a completely vibe coded front end in order to be able to visualize what the heck is going on. So the calculator I'm working on is going to have a similar concept, except here you get a damage breakdown. When you hover over any action, you can see all the details. The skill MV, your attack, amp, crit, resistance, whatever, all the multipliers, every action on the timeline keeps its receipts. And I've spent a lot of time coding the interactions to be able to have accounts for multiple things. So like, this is Yvonne, right? Here's her combo. And here is her skill. As you know, her skill does not do much damage on its own, right? But if you move the skill in front of the combo, boom, it updates. And now you see, look, you see the skill and the Thunderlance damage. Wow, cool, right? Isn't that sick? And like, if I drag her ult here as well. Now look, now it says active effects, electric susceptibility 10%. And the damage goes up again. This is not optimized to show any more than the 2 that are already there, but it has receipts for every hit of damage, you know. Like if I keep adding more combos before, you know, you can see the damage keep going up, you know. And this is you know, I was working so hard on this recalculation logic. Like if I move this, if I move other things, you know, it will update all the events as necessary. Oh, by the way, for this I have hang on, let me pull it up. So that is what I've been working on, and let me say that it is hard to, like, I spent a lot of time doing theory crafting and videos and stuff that, like, I was working on this a lot, like 10 hours a day for multiple days, and then I had to just put it down for 2 weeks to work on videos. So I picked it up for the first time like a couple of days ago and was like, okay, where's FLSI? So it's hard to find the time to make as much progress in this as I would like. So as such, I have published it on a GitHub repository. This is public if you want to check it out and contribute. It's fully open source, available over here. Okay, and I have some scribbled documentation. So if you wanna take a look and join in on the programming, we're going to make this really cool. And this is going to be really nice for like theory crafting rotation damage later. When we reach the end game for this calculator, we will be able to, just like that, find out how good different weapons are, how good different gear, teammates, because as of right now, doing theory crafting on this game looks a little something like this. Looks a little something like, I don't know, you have to have one sheet for every freaking little tiny change in any weapon, any gear. There's I did like freaking 30 sheets for the freaking for the to get the cryo team numbers together, okay? So yeah, that's fun. And I have to manually put in all the buffs and stuff. Yeah, I mean, you either do it manually or you code some big brain thing to automatically calculate. Maybe it's time to learn programming. What do you mean learn programming, bitch? I know how to program. The whole premise of like the previous calculators have all been running off scripts, okay? And it's just going to take a while for the calculator to get developed to the point where it can do everything we want it to do. But until then, it's gonna be some manual cheating. And certainly we'll have some, you know, really hard editing eventually, and, you know, it's going to be really cool to be able to, you know, not do this. Do I have one for Estella? No. Dude, I only vibe coded the front end. And let me say, that is the first time I've ever vibe coded something. I didn't even know what the term vibe coding was until recently. But I'm like, you know, screw front end. If there's one thing that will, you know, have no mercy from Claude AI to freaking slap something together, then yeah, front end. Just give me something where I can visualize. Sure. How do you theory craft without numbers? We are theory crafting the rotation and how she fits into a team. And, you know, she is a missing piece. We know how powerful a Lesh team is. We know how powerful a Perlica version of the team is. We know how powerful a Last Rite version of the team is. So we can compare Tangtang to the 4th slot and figure out how strong does she need to be in order to be more worth it than these other options. Does that make sense? Solve for x, okay? You have an equation, x is unknown, solve for x. We can find what's the bare minimum for her to do to be worth it, you know? That is kind of the goal for today. So probably... Okay, so... What we do here is... we take away this Zyhi skill. We do not need this... we don't need the second Zyhi skill. Does art susceptibility from multiple sources stack? Yes, unless I'm crazy. So I think she's going to be a support and not a main DPS. She'll probably work in both, but there's going to be 3 teams that I want to crunch. And that will be, you know, Yvonne team, Last Rite team, and then by herself. Okay, you know what? Shall we do a live demo as a sanity check? Additively. All susceptibility is additive with each other. What's the conclusion? The conclusion is we're just getting started, okay? So, just sit tight, because we're going to... we need to start out with the rotation, and then, work from there. But first off, let's go back to fundamentals and make sure that we are not crazy. Let me remove stanza. And let me... I'll use Ardelia as well, and I will remove her weapon as well. And then this can stay. This cannot. Okay. That should be fine. Okay, so let's do a quick little sanity check. So we'll test the damage with by neutral, and then with Ardelia, and then with Ardelia and Goverta, because they're both susceptibility. I removed. Wait. I need to remove the gear. I mean, I guess I'll just go build ult right. I'll go build ult real fast. Okay. So we'll just focus on getting the ult for Gilberto. Unfortunately, I mean. Dude, the presence of the single stack of vulnerability makes me not be able to Ardelia combo. I have to get rid of it. Okay, and ready. If knowing none of the new gear, what set are we thinking about for soup soon? Now that's something we can't really. Now that's something we really need to know about the multipliers on her weapon, because for all we know, her weapon, I mean, for all we know, her ult can be basic attack damage, right? Like Yvonne's ult is all basic attack damage, and because Tangtang, her ult is like triggered by her basic attack. It can also be basic attack damage. Maybe, you know, it's triggered by a plunge. Well, it's like an effect that happens when you plunge, so it's not necessarily the plunge itself. Let me remove this. Oh, that's... Oh. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that is fine. Okay, so we'll do an auto attack here as our control, and then we'll put on. I removed Yvonne's gear, so there should be no variability here. 3090 crits. Okay. I mean, can we not crit? Okay. I mean, I guess we can crit. Okay, hold up. Let me just put the receipts in MS Paint so we can have, you know, everything solid. Okay. And here is our vulnerability number 1. No, of course. Okay, 3492. Okay, this is our single vulnerability. And now let's do double. Okay. There is no stanza in play. Okay, no stanza. 4419. Okay. Okay, we have our test results. Now we shall double check the math and make sure it checks out. Can I do a non-converter comparison? Yeah, of course. So, on the ice team, Yvonne, Hihi, and then I would say Gilberta or Ardelia, and then Tangtang. I mean, you could totally do like Perlica and Tangtang or something, you know. There's a lot of wiggle room, cause that's the thing with Endfield team comps. There is so many flexible things. It's not set in stone. It doesn't need to be like a nature character. It doesn't have to be Gilberta. It doesn't have to be Ardelia. Okay, so Ardelia is putting 13% susceptibility. So here are our numbers. So 3090 times 1.13 is exactly this should be, especially when this is the only thing in play. This, you know, this should check out, right? And now, but this is where it gets interesting. With wait, how many Vaughn? No Vaughn. Okay. With this both the facts on, you can see my OBS down here. You can see 4,419, and this is 30%, right? 30% flat. Okay, so the expected number should be 3090 times 1.43, because the 30% is additive with whatever. And what do you know? Yep, it's just additive as you would expect. Okay, is that good enough for you guys? That yes, you can stack your susceptibility. You can stack your art susceptibility or whatever. It's just additive. And now let me put their gear back on before I forget.
看上去很合适，我很期待带着他们一起远行。要怎么穿搭才会更好看呢？
You wish the wiki was more informative. Honestly, though, it's not bad. It does have a good amount of stuff on it. What the heck is this recommended? What the heck is running this on her? This has to be a meme. What is this based on what other people are using? Interesting stuff.
我能给装备改涂装吗？我觉得它的颜色跟我的头发不搭。
You're also using the weapon. Why? Stanza. There was free stanza in the store 2 times. Don't tell me you missed the stanzas, okay? Like, yeah, chivalric is okay, right? You can use chivalric on Hihi as well. You get some extra healing as well. Because Chivalric, dude, Gilberta isn't gonna heal you in single target. Gilberta only heals if there's multiple targets. You heard Navigator for Yvonne is better than Sig. What? Okay, hold up. Please let me know where you heard that from. Like, I've heard somebody else say something ridiculous. Say something like, oh, what if you just ignore crits on Yvonne? Maybe Navigator's better, copy him or something. And I'm like, and they said a lot of people are talking about it. I'm like, who's talking about it? Who's saying that? I really would like to know. I would really like to know. And it's like, wait, oh, people are like, oh wait, if you ignore her weapon, you can ignore crit. No. As you can see, her ult literally gives 60% crit damage. Oh, and what does her passive do, I wonder? Oh, another 40% crit damage. Globa says it's better if you... I mean, if you miss all 3 sig stacks, okay? If you miss all 3 sig stacks, then you should just cry anyways, okay? Like, yes, right, I guess. If you... Because you could technically never crit and never get any stacks, you know? You could technically, in a million simulations, there's going to be one where you don't proc, you know? Technically. But I think that's pretty copium. According to my numbers, you can also check my post and video. It's Navigator is like just over 90% of her sig on average. If you max it out, okay. If you get it to P5, then it's still like roughly 10% worse. My current crit rate is 43, which means that during her burst it would be 70. But then of course, I mean, wait, that's with there should be another 5% from the from her gear. So this gives you another 5%, so yeah, 48 to 78% crit, but then the finisher is going to be 48, you know. But average, guys, average. We're speaking averages in here, okay? It's not like you don't have crits playing Navigator as well. She gets passive 30% crit rate, 60% crit damage in her ult anyway. It's not like there's no crit RNG there either, okay? You have crit RNG either way. So yeah, can't really escape the RNG. If you missed your crits there, it's going to be just as sad. Okay, it's going to be just as sad. Simply just crit. Like, there's arguments for running in a second full kit if you really want to get a little more crits, you know. But Link Slab is kind of massive. Like if you want to see how much it changes the damage, if you nerf to a Link Slab, nerf your Link Slab, here, let me pull up the sheet. So this is 3 mil 34k. If we change this to a toolkit, we lose a solid 200k damage almost. Which, I mean, in the grand scheme, it doesn't sound like that much, but like, I don't know. It's simply just crit the 5 head. Oh wait, the new slab? Wait, hang on. Were the stats of the new things revealed? Okay, maybe we'll check on that when it's out. No, I think. So anyways, going back to this, so we will put the Tangtang skill over here. And this will return... $30 SP. Did I do that right? No. There. Okay. The translation translated the energy also to SP. Okay, so this will be... So this will make the rotation a little faster because we'll have some SP back. We'll also be able to move up to the next, Zyhe skill much sooner. Like over here. Does it calculate ultimate energy? Yeah, you see this line? You see this line that's going up? That's the ultimate energy. And when it's like bold at the top, that means it's maxed out. And you can adjust like their charge efficiency as well. Vijay, thanks for the follow, welcome. Zyhe will need some more ultimate energy because we're taking away one combo. What website is this? It's End Access. I'll drop the link. If you reduce the SP cost, yes, this should oh, hang on. You're right. This should be 6.5 times 0.7455. Okay. So this combo will be moved over here. And now this is a problem now, isn't it? Is it? Is it a problem? Yeah, I changed the returned SP. So if we were to just go for it this early. So this would put us at... This would be 3 sacks. Um. Oh wait. One, two, three, four, five, six. Wait. Oh wait. Oh no, guys. Oh no. You need 7 skills in the rotation. We need 1 more skill. Even like the discounted skill is fine. 6 full cost skills in this 3-1 rotation is 219 out of 200 energy. So so what the F do we do for what do we even cast? I mean, I guess we can just Hihi's go again, but yeah, we would have to wait for SP. Just get Yvonne P1. No. Oh, this is so awkward. We have to wait anyways. Wait. Or do we? No, we do. Yeah, and the stagger is going to be a while as well. So the rotation would not be any faster. Would this be up? Probably. Yeah, the combo skill has 12 to 13 second cooldown. Like, this would be... This window is kind of a stretch, but... It should be up. Okay. So I guess we just got to, you know... Actually, hang on. Let me just delete all of this just to keep it clean. So we have to just kind of literally chill here for another it has to be 7. You cannot do 6 skill. 6 skill rotation doesn't work unless you can somehow get a 1 and 4 stack. Don't different bosses have different stagger thresholds? Slightly different. Very slightly different. The like Marble Alkaloid whatever has like what? 25 more stagger threshold than the punching bag. A 1-1-2 rotation. 1-1-2. But you wouldn't be able to get another combo. I mean, 1, 3, and 2, 2 are the exact same thing. But, and yes, P1 lets you do 6 skill rotation. But without P1, you have to do 7. The Swordmancer Gilbert to help the stagger part. I mean, that will be like a final consideration, because that pretty much requires her sig to be able to use Swordmancer. But it shouldn't be necessary for this one. What are we team voting for? We are mocking up what a Tangtang team will look like. A Tangtang rotation. I mean, okay, so just imagine the spacey knot is from dodges. Okay, skill auto 5. And if anything, this one is staggering a little sooner than I would like. Wait, no, that's going to be a problem, because I mean, this would be fine on Marvel. Okay, this would be fine on Marvel, and not fine on the other 2 bosses, because this would turn into your finisher in this specific rotation. And we would get Zaihin. Wait, that's so awkward. We get a Zaihi combo over here. Hey, it's free corrosion. Free corrosion. We know that the cooldown is around 12 to 13 seconds. The time bending makes this timeline so weird sometimes. So this is the general concept. Yep, still turns out to be the same good old 1 minute rotation that we're used to. Three, 3, 1 fluorite. I mean, I guess that's a fluorite rotation. But 3, 3, 1... Isn't that a bit overkill on energy? Yes, Tangtang ult applies infliction. So we get a 2-stack corrosion, I guess? 2-stack baby corrosion? Oh wait, we have to plunge somewhere in here, guys. We have to plunge somewhere in here. Where the hell do we plunge in here? We press Yvonne's ult and then we plunge. I love how they don't even have a plunge option, because nobody plunges. SP return can screw the old math. No, don't worry. I'm taking it into account. It will end the time stop. That's fine. The boss is literally staggered anyway. Or he can just... lose the damage. I mean... But at least then you wouldn't interfere with Yvonne getting her burst in the Gilberto window. No, it wouldn't be 16 corrosion because you put the corrosion on at the time you Gilberto ult. So it would be like a 0 to 5 second initial ramp up baby corrosion. Yeah, Avimana, I've used Avimana plunge sometimes. It's actually higher DPS, and sometimes you want to space out her auto attack anyway. But that's about it. It's very fringe. What's the program on the screen? This is End Access. This is basically a rotation planner, and we're using it to mock up what a Tangtang rotation would look like. So this would get us a 3 water spout skill at in the middle of the rotation, and 3 water spout ult at the end, and this would be a 2-stack corrosion. But the rotation, like the core of the rotation is very similar and still turns out to be exactly 1 minute. A hoodie master, thanks for the follow, welcome. Yeah, when you use her skill, you get, it seems like 10 SP per water spout. So you get 1 discount infliction in the middle, okay? So there's that. You save 30 SP. You get 30 SP at the end as well. I mean, looks good to me. This seems to be what the baseline would be. That's not a lot. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's something. Okay, it's something. Certainly, she's going to do certainly, her personal damage would be relevant, right? So how would that compare? Okay, well, let's take our Yvonne spreadsheet, duplicate it, Yvonne Tangtang. So I'm going to remove all the electrification, and this should only be a detonation unit in this column. So removing Prolica's contribution, we are losing 500k damage, but we will gain some susceptibility. Yeah, they said she's like a 1-girl army, that she can be a DPS or a support. She provides susceptibility, so we don't know how much, So let's, like, how much would she need to do to make up, right? I mean, certainly she won't be able to make up the full difference. Because I mean, the other thing is her personal damage. There's actually two variables. One being how much is the susceptibility she provides, and two, how much of her own damage does she do? Assuming she's, like, this is hard to say. She is getting 2 sets of 3 spells each, so she is totally getting her own decent rotation in there. I wouldn't be surprised if she would be doing at least 1 mil damage per rotation. So let's be generous and say she only does like 12% susceptibility. We get that. We get that around a couple autos after the after the first combo. And how long does it last? Her weapon might have a supportive effect, right? It might, and we don't know. Oh, 15 to 16 seconds. Oh, so you're telling me that this susceptibility will only benefit auto attacks. Unlucky. So we'll have that for like 4 auto attack combos, and then it's gone. And then we'll have it again. For the ult. We'll have it again for the ult. Okay. Oh wait, and this one also. Wait. It would be 1 vulnerability stack. So we lose some vulnerability on the Gilberta. Well, currently the other pistols do not have any support function, so okay, if it's 12% susceptibility, that's pretty freaking bad. But I mean, maybe her own damage is sick, you know. Cope, yes, it is pretty cope. Cause your Perlica is like extremely freeing Gilberta stacks. So we lose 2 bone stacks. I think there are new battle pass weapons as well. I think I saw one on the live stream. Don't quote me on that. I think. Okay. So she's losing. So let's say. Okay, maybe it's like on the high end. Maybe it's 6% per, which would make it 18%. If it was 18%, she only loses 300k damage. So does she do more than 300k than Perlica, who is not doing that much? Perlica is only doing she is only doing 270k in this rotation. So as long as she's doing like 500k plus, then it'll be more overall damage. I mean, again, it depends on the susceptibility, you know. Is 3 stacks gonna be 12 vulnerability, 18 vulnerability, 24 vulnerability, 30 vulnerability? Okay, no, it's truly not that high, right? Gremlin, thanks for 8 months. Thank you, thank you. Like, technically... okay, like, if you pretended her damage does not exist... You could put it on Frontier side. I mean, who knows? Frontiers could actually be a good set on her. Conrishma, thanks for the raid. Wakamaka Raiders. We are doing some Tangtang Prerelease. How was your stream? I hope you guys had fun. Frontiers needs SP recovery. That's her skill. Her skill SP recovers. So that should proc it, no? Oh, SP recovery, not SP return. Oh, god dang it! Oh wait! Oh wait! Okay, never mind. Oh, that scuffed. That scuffed. Wait, is it not? Hang on.
白垩街都额外形成一处水龙卷，以输出加
It's definitely return, not recover, right? Oh, disaster. This is a disaster, guys. Okay, never mind. Okay, I mean, there's probably new gear, right? Does Eternal Zeronite stack? No, you can only have one Eternal Zeronite. So compared to Perlica, you're losing in about 300k damage per rotation. Give or take depending on her susceptibility. Surely her damage is going to be good. Like, the thing with Perlica is that Perlica will not benefit from like Hihi ults. And yeah. So her damage is a little weaker. Okay, but what if you replaced Gilberta instead, right? Imagine, what if you did Gilberta and Perlica? I mean, Tang and Perlica, and no Gilberta. Signadia, thanks for the follow. Welcome. God, there's too many permutations for how you can build your teams. There's gonna be so many things. Okay. Ah, yes, I love having 7 million sheets. Have I seen the 5-second Robogon clear? I know people speak call that crap like instantly now, but it's like, dude, they switched gear in the middle of combat, right? Is that the one you're talking about? insane damage per screenshot. But I use that guy as like, I don't know. I prefer doing rotations from 0 because certainly the end game, you know, the eventual end game, right? Will be start from 0 energy, you know. Yeah, maybe replace Gilberta. Maybe we don't double dip on susceptibility. So, let me grab the damage taken. Column back. So if we remove, so we could totally just run Stanza on Perlica. And the thing with Perlica Stanza is that you can actually time it better. You can, cause with Gilberta, you can't cover the, you can't cover that with Gilberta Stanza because you have to ult near the end of the rotation to cover the final strike and the execute. But with Perlica on Stanza, you actually can cover it. So that might be better. Oh, that is considerably better. Do you need ult charge for Perlica Stanza? I don't think so. I think Perlica should, like, her ult is pretty low cost. I can recheck it. Replace Gilberta with Fluorite. Like, corrosion is tricky to max in this comp. That's the thing, though. But it can be pretty powerful. Why is Opus Edge not good on Gilberta? So Opus Edge, when you apply Nature Infliction, you gain... Hang on, let me see how much this goes up to. I'm assuming 14.4 or something of this. It's... to 11... Wait, it goes up to 8%. 8%. And then plus up to 9.6.
Lol, so out of the loop with gotcha stuffs. I didn't realize this Endfield thing I kept hearing about was an Arknights spin-off.
I mean, it's a Arknights... I mean, I guess it's a spin-off, kind of, but it's like... I don't know, I would say it's separate. But, Taro, thanks for 5 months. So... Okay, well, one... You don't use her skill in single target. In AoE, sure. So best case scenario... Okay, best case scenario, you get... 17% arch damage dealt, but like... Damage dealt is... a lot more saturated than... other options, like... the attack buff from Sansa, which is very undiluted in comparison. But yeah. That's the main thing. the other half of that buff is contingent on them actually having nature fiction on them. Actually, no. I think if you apply it, you get the value, but it's still not that much. You know, it's still not worth that much. Like, it's okay, I guess, but only in AoE situations. Outside of that, you know, you're not really getting anything from it because you are not pressing her skill against a single target. When is damage dealt calculated? Like, what do you mean? Just Tangtang odds for the final infliction? I mean, with the current rotation, you're still getting a correlation. It's just a little late. After which multipliers, I mean, the order doesn't matter. Something transitive property of multiplication, okay? A times B times C is the same as C times B times A. It's just a multiplier. It's just additive with like elemental damage and then like basic combo of skill ultimate. This is all the same multiplier. These are all additive with each other. Does it take into account enemy resistance? I mean, enemy resistance is just one part of the formula. They're all parts of the formula. They're all different vectors to the same formula. But it's not necessarily impacted by it more than anything else. Like if something has 50% resistance, it just means whatever you have at the end is /2. Yeah, it's all multiplicative. It's just this times this times this times this times this. Divided this. So definitely leaning towards Perlica and Tangtang. And this is like with Oblivion Perlica. You could totally run Detonation Unit Perlica as well. Detonation Unit just for the art's intensity. I mean, like, the grand scheme of things. In the grand scheme of things. Right. You have... It's like, damage... 1 plus damage bonus times 1 plus susceptibility times 1 plus amp times blah blah blah. You get the idea, right? But it's just that the damage bonus, right? This damage bonus equals Ella damage plus whatever basic attack bonus, you know? Plus damage dealt. So this is where the additive part comes in. But it's like this is still one multiplier in the grand scheme of things. Oh right, no, never mind. Sorry, I lied. This was with Perlica Stanza. My bad, I forgot. This is Perlica Stanza. Perlica stanza. Very powerful. So I guess you either do Gilberta Perlica or Tangtang Prerelease, because yeah, since she's susceptibility, you don't want to double dip on susceptibility. You'd rather keep the separate multipliers. That makes sense in hindsight. For some reason, I was just always thinking, oh, Gilberta good, guys, Gilberta good, but maybe not the be all end all. This should definitely be promising then. Cause this isn't even factoring in her personal damage. And well, as the thing with Gilberta is that, like, look at this. This is the important part. At the end here. Dude, how do you scroll on this thing? This ending part is using Gilberta has to ult after the pew pew. Half of the pew pew is done, right? So this susceptibility, like Gilberta is very sus for in this team in general. Tasrina, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. But, like, okay, Gilberta, don't get me wrong. She's amazing for characters like Last Rite or like Aviwena, who just boom do all their burst in one big thing. But for Yvonne is kind of taking her sweet time, you know. So definitely, with Gilberta like this, we literally don't get stanza or any buffs on half of the first. So like an example of what that would look like, let me pull up the footage. So like, see, this is what the burst phase would look like. So seeing you doing your and don't mind the numbers. This was like my before having a weapon. Seeing you do like half of your pew pew, literally halfway through your rank, and then you do this. So you only get the buff, the latter half, and that's just so you could catch the finisher and the last hit and the finisher. How much does Tangtang need to contribute to be better? To be better than what? to do better than Perlica, she would need to do at least like 300k more personal damage, which surely she could clear that, right? To be better than Gilberta though, who's much easier to replace in this case. Dude. If she did 0, okay, if she did 0, if she did freaking 0 susceptibility, as long as she's doing more than like 400k personal, that's better than Gilberta. Okay, but if she did 18%, then it's already just slightly above Gilberta, and then of course her personal damage should be much higher. She needs like 15% to match. Okay, 15% to match the debuff power. And this is by virtue of being able to shift Stanza to Perlica and buff a larger portion of the rotation as well. Yeah, Perlica is pretty much extremely scuffed if you don't have her potentials. If you don't have her P1, dude, her Electrify lasts like 5 seconds. There's no way she's getting 18%. Oh, come on. Think of it. She does 3 spells. She has to set up 2 whirlpools. 18% doesn't seem like that much of an ask, you know. She has to do setup. Like, look at Ardelia. Ardelia does... how much at max? And Tangtang is only arts. This is like Ardelia does 20% physical and arts. Like if you want to be conservative and say like, you know, 12%, that's like 70k less DPR than Gilberta. We won't think about her potential. So I think they mentioned her first potential. It just makes it so like enemies are slowed inside of your whirlpools or whatever. I mean, P0 for 6-star units. Most people will not be pulling dupes on characters. But on 6-star characters. On 5-star, it's fair game. So, again, 15% to be on par. But that is specifically with Perlica. Because shifting, you know, this makes me think. It's a 120, almost a 120k DPS to if Perlica is also on Stanza. Oh, what about Alesh? With Alesh, assuming you get the RNG or not, how much is his RNG? 15%? 15% attack. Assuming RNG, okay. only get 1 stack of thermite cutter, right? Yeah, you have to have Gilberta with LS. Okay, if you have lucky LS, he's almost as strong as Perlica. But he saves some SP. Oh wait, hold up. Wait, no, you will have the baby corrosion still, because you will use his 1 stack. Oh wait, this is wrong. This should just be 1 stack. A lucky LS is 100k under Perlica. And Tangtang, if you're replacing... I mean, it's weird, right? LS is like 4th slot, but with Tangtang, you're better off replacing Gilberta. Yeah, Perlica is more damage, but LS is like, in a perfect situation, you save more time. Because Perlica, you do have to wait a few seconds for SP, because you need to get the 7th skill. With LS, it's a little more lax on the SP. How much arts intensity can you get on Gilberta? If you have her sick, you can get you would run what? Double balls. Which gloves were the arts intensity gloves? Aether Tech? Oh yeah. $209.4. Oh, on stanza? Oh, on stanza, you might be able to get away with this 3-piece Zeronite and 1 ball, which is 80, but you will have, hang on, 59 times 1.525. You will be 0.025 energy off. You need 52.54 energy gain, and you only get 52.5. Yikes. Like in the Yvonne team, the corrosion is really kind of baby. I don't know how the rounding works. So who knows? Maybe it works. Okay, maybe it works. So far... Okay, let's scribble down the results. Okay, let me duplicate. God, there's so many sheets for the episode. Tangtang speculation. Let's just delete this. I just wanted the formatting. I just wanted this formatting, okay? Of this table. So... this would be... how do I want to do this? We'll have... because we have like 2 variable teammates, right? So... hello Sonic, welcome. Do we have her numbers? No. We are making rotations and doing some speculatory teasing. Gilberta Tangtang. So with Gilberta and Tangtang, it's... and okay, again, this is with a generous assumption of 18 susceptibility. I mean, I kind of don't even want to put the numbers in there because we're literally making up numbers for susceptibility, but as it stands right now, what we need to know is that, to match the power of Gilberta, in a Perlica team, it is roughly... like... actually, yeah, probably like 18% is like the breakpoint for which the buff evens out. With what Gilberta offers. Because, again, this is also having stanza on Perlica, which is relatively a lot stronger, which is why, this is... she can get away with such a lower amount of susceptibility. What is the spreadsheet? Just some chicken scratch spreadsheets that I manually punch numbers into to do Endfield numbers right now while I work on the development of my Endfield calculator, which has a public repo if you want to contribute, because that is a work in progress. And what that will do is eventually have, you know, actions that you can see the damage breakdown of dynamically, you know, and it's really cool. And yeah, work in progress. Um... I published the repo yesterday. There's already some people who are interested in it, so I'm hoping we can make something ethically cool, and then no more of this crap. You can't see, but hold up, hang on. Oh wait, where did it go? Let's me. You see the bottom, guys? You see the bottom? You see how many sheets there are? Look how many freaking sheets there are. Okay. Like every single change in configuration, I have to make a new sheet. You know, every different weapon, different teammates, you know. But yeah, that's just manual TC in a nutshell. That's just how it is. Why is the bottom even cut off? Yeah, the gun options right now are well, the problem is there's no buffing options. They're all DPS options, even though there's a good amount of supportive gun users in the game. Like Rite, Wolfguard. But then all the weapons are selfish DPS, so... Ain't got no stanza of pew pew, which we desperately need. Tangtang's gone. Excuse me, wait, where did that info come from? That sounds like complete gobbledygook. There is no way. That's just... I mean, okay, that would be nice. You made it up, I see. I was about to say. A 50% up, 50 SP, yeah. Give me 50,000 oral barrels while I'm at it, you know. Okay, well, based on our early crunching, we can conclude that in the Yvonne team, we are most likely to replace Gilberta, not Perlica. Replace Gilberta, with Tangtang, because Gilberta is... She's good, but definitely not ideal for this team. Because in this team, for Yvonne, you need to cover larger than a 5-second window for her stuff. So, oh wait, wait. Hold on. I just realized in the spreadsheet, I forgot to remove the baby corrosion. So removing those, the damage does go down a bit. But the Perlica version is still equally as strong as the... So Tangtang Perlica with 18% susceptibility is on par with Gilberta Perlica. So yeah. But anyways, so the teams we're probably going to be considering will be Perlica, Tangtang, and Alesh Tangtang for Yvonne, anyway. Yeah. And then... for the sauce is 5 seconds, it's like 15 seconds. You can kind of see it on the, hang on, let me pull it up.
立刻我们使用汤汤的战绩产生3个水溶卷，返还许多气力的同时，对 BOSS 造成
Like, you
大
see
量的
how
伤害，
slowly
同
it's
时
going
施加
down?
寒冷附着。
I mean,
最后
ignore
呢，
all
我
the
们再使用
combos,
别
right?
的联系
Because
对
during
BOSS
combo
的，立刻
times
我
it
们
is
使用
slow.
汤汤的战绩
But
产生3个水溶卷，返还许多气力的同时，对
it's
BOSS 造成大量的
definitely
伤
not
害，
a
同
5
时施
second
加
buff,
寒
I'll
冷
tell
附
you
着
that.
最后呢，我们再使用别的。
Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, you with no Gilberta cannot Alash because he now he does nothing. All right. Okay, never mind. Screw Alash then. Gilberta Tangtang or Perlica Tangtang. Those will probably be the options. Alash, goodbye. Screw him anyway. Screw him. We live in a cruel world. A cruel world where I have freaking TP5 Alesh and P0 Zaihi. Unlucky. Feels bad. So I guess the other thing to think about would be Last Rite team, right? Last Rite and Tangtang. Certainly she would work well with Last Rite, right? You know, I still haven't built my Last Rite. I pulled her from the selector just for footage. I leveled her up to 40 just to test. For those who didn't know, Last Rite has a passive that amplifies the susceptibility, cryo susceptibility. But this is a lie. This is not just cryo susceptibility. Adding susceptibility, including that from Gilberta that just says arch susceptibility, is also multiplied. Now, with someone bursting like Last Rite, you will almost definitely want Gilberta. Now the question is, would adding more on top of, like, just adding more susceptibility be worth it over other multipliers? Yeah, because she has some of her own as well. She has, what? Up to 16%. And then another 30% plus from Gilberta. And then... like, it does sound extremely sus to have literally triple susceptibility stacking, but the thing is, Tangtang should also be doing decent damage of her own. So what, hey guys, what do people run for Last Rite right now? Just to make sure I'm not crazy, because I haven't played Last Rite myself. Is it just Last Rite, Zaihi, Gilberta, and what, Perlica? It's certainly Perlica, right? Cause Perlica with the damage taken is mostly a unique mod because you will have some damage taken from detonation units, right? But certainly it would be better to have that unique multiplier than to stack more susceptibility. But again, Tangtang will do her own damage. But it should be worth calculating to see the difference between Prelica and Lost Rite. I mean, Prelica and Tangtang in the Lost Rite team. Like, almost without a doubt, even with Last Rite's plus 50% susceptibility thingy, since it's so diluted, it should be less personal damage than with Prelica. But, I mean, is it another case of replace Gilberta instead? God dang it. So many questions, huh? I mean, Gilberta actually... her buff timing is just fine for Last Rite. But I guess we should probably test both combinations, huh? Last Rite Prelica versus... I mean, Gilberta Tangtang versus Tangtang Prelica. I guess I need to set up the sheet. Let me get up and get some water, and then we'll get back and crunch some Last Rite numbers. Doesn't the nature infliction mess with Last Rite? We'll get another ice infliction from we'll get another ice infliction from Tangtang ult, and that will make the Gilberta infliction turn into corrosion. We'll get a solid 4% whatever corrosion. What is the Xeon rotation thing called? And access. I will drop it in the chat. Okay. I will be right back. I'll leave you with Yvonne.
宝林，好好警戒，不要偷懒哦。 管理员好像在休息。长途跋涉是一件很累人的事情，轻一点，让管理员多歇一会儿。
Okay, I am back. So we have a few things we can do. I haven't set up any base lost rates rotation sheets yet, So we can either start with that and then do the Tangtang version, or we just start with the Tangtang versions instead. We probably need the baseline just to have a point of comparison. Oh boy. Let me
不要偷懒哦。
export this Yvonne Tangtang and we'll reset. So wrong window. For lost rite, this will be our control. Do you guys do Zyhi skill at the start, or do you just go full stacking? I mean, might as well get them up, right? Double skill, auto attack. This is why I don't like Last Rite in here. It doesn't have the team SP for her skill. It definitely gives SP to the team, right? It just gives us. $4.55.
嘘，管理员好像在休息。长途跋涉是一件很累人的事情，轻一点，让管理员多歇一会儿。
Zyhi and Gilberto using Eternal Zero Night on both. Eternal Zero Night on Zyhi by default just to get the buffs for the whole rotation. It's redundant to use it on Gilberto, but you don't really have other options anyway. You can run some arts intensity, cause there will be a small corrosion. Maybe not in this version, but in the Tangtang version, there will be a small corrosion. Wait, no, we got a corrosion here as well, I think. I will have to see. I haven't done last right rotation, so we need to slop up something that makes sense. So the general flow for last rite is what? Two combos for ult or what? I mean, the arts and the energy you need depends on your rotation. For the most part, like in a Yvonne rotation, since you're doing like 7 skills anyway, it's oh wait, they finally updated their enemy catalog. So like, oh wait, yeah. The maximum stagger is 320 on these sticker mobs. In some teams, you will need more energy regen, and you basically have to have the sync. But in like the 7 skill Yvonne rotation with Perlica, because you have 3 Gilberta combos. In that comp, you pretty much don't need more than 2 pieces of ult gain. So you can technically run, I don't know, 1 ball and a body. Although it is a very small corrosion, so it's not a big deal. Keep those stacks coming. Pretty much can afford to skill between every auto combo. I need last rite experts in here. Oh wait. We'll make this one a Hihi skill. It really depends on which boss you're fighting. Like the Rotational guy, that guy is he has 40 less stagger than Marble. So Marble, you definitely want a little longer rotation. The Rotational guy, you kind of want a faster rotation. Funny because you would imagine the literal punching bag should you would think that a dude like him, as chunky as he is, has higher stagger. I wonder if maybe this is too early. Maybe keep this here. Cause if we need to do 2 autos anyway, we might as well make this as late as possible. So then we don't have any risk of a detonation unit falling off. You need 3, 4. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Lullaby, thanks for the follow. Let's go. Does last rite need Tangtang's app? She can definitely use it. So Tangtang will be a welcome addition. The question would be, we just have to get there. We have to get there to be able to sing. So we need to make the control first. Yes, I probably should have done the base Lost Rite team earlier, but I never made a Lost Rite guide, so I never bothered to dig too deeply, but it'll be a good little study session. Now, for those experienced with Last Rite, you get the full combo done on the second electrocute or the third? Certainly the third, right? Not the second one. That'll be 3. Another auto. Skill. And then we combo. And she gains... How much energy? 15 per stack. So this would be 100. Wait, why is she capped already? Eh? So I guess 3-3 would not be enough then, but 3-4 would be kind of overkill. I guess that makes sense. Catgirl, thanks for the follow. Welcome. But here's the problem. Electrocute. Okay, you know what? We sit on Perlica Electrocute and just do not use it until later. Yeah? Is that the play or is that the play, guys? To just not use Perlica combo until we're actually ready. Cause otherwise we're waiting another 10 seconds. So just freaking stall. Rip vulnerability, but it is what it is. And at this point, it should be all systems go. We final strength. We electrocute. We do everything. We Hihi ult. We Last Rite ult. I'm not missing anything, right? Probably we want Gilberta ult before that. Hello gamer, welcome. We are crunching numbers. If we want to find how good Tangtang is for Last Rite, we need to first do Last Rite's base rotation. Oh wait. These freaking skills. I have to manually put the team SP on. on paper, Tangtang should be like, at least for Yvonne team, Tangtang is looking to replace Gilberta over replacing Perlica. Cause you still want to have Perlica. Okay, lost right experts rate my lost right rotation. Oh wait, lack of stagger. A lack of stagger, guys. I mean, it depends on the boss. I guess for Marble, we have to auto attack again. Swordmaster moments. True. Is there gonna be another stream for Rosie? Yeah, but that won't be for a while. The focus will be, we'll do the pre-release for Tangtang when she comes out. Like, I might do a video for this as well to talk about, like, how good does Tangtang need to be to, you know, like, what can we expect from Tangtang? And then, of course, Tangtang guide. Like, pretty much the entire week after release, I'm just gonna be heads down crunching Tangtang stuff. So, yeah. And hopefully, this time around, my guide doesn't get literally shadow banned, cause... yeah. Tangtang is first. Like, if you open a fresh incognito window, look at this crap. Look at this crap, guys. Look at how they did me dirty. Fresh incognito window. Oops. Okay, fresh window. I look up Yvonne guide. And it's like, okay. I mean, I can't find my guide anywhere. Certainly it's somewhere, right? Certainly it's somewhere. Certainly it's somewhere, anywhere, maybe. Nope. Non-existent, guys. It is literally nuked. It is non-existent anywhere. Even if I literally type Yvonne guide Maygi, I don't see my own guide searching up my own handle. For some reason. I can see my live stream. Dude. YouTube. Hello. Oh, there it is, guys. There it is. I found it. Yeah, it's actually super troll. YouTube has completely nuked this video out of orbit. Which is why the view, it only has like 10k views. Most of which are from Reddit. So yeah, it feels bad. I can't even find it searching for my own handle. Yeah, I was very upset because, you know, that video should have really popped off, all things considered. I mean, this is the concept of the rotation. This is the concept. Now, the stagger will be give or take depending on what boss you're testing it on. We could technically go over here and get us that little baby corrosion. There. The full rotation. $55 Does using Tangtang skill consume all whirlpools? Yes, but you can only have 3 at a time. So the rotation we made for Tangtang earlier, it gets to 3. We get 3 water spouts. We have 2 whirlpools and we use our skill. That's 3 spouts, and then 2 whirlpools and then ult. That's another 3 spouts. So we get the full spouts 2 times. So yeah, okay, this is my last rite. Let's get this sheeted out. I'll pull this to the side, and we will make a new last rite sheet. Last rite, dude, there's too many sheets. Last rite team. Last rite in the last rite team. Last rite, no Yvonne. This would be... Okay, let me transcribe the rotation. Basic skill. Basic skill. The skill is after the basic because the damage happens after. You made a Yvonne Tangtang Gilberta Zai. Link posted in the Theorycraft channel. I'll compare it to what I made. Combo 3 stack. And then auto skill. Auto skill. Auto skill. Auto skill. Auto skill. And then combo. This should be 4. Yeah, almost every rotation in this game is around 1 minute. Combos. Ultimate. Oh, finisher. Finisher? I hardly even know her. Hanamura, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Okay, and now for the fun part. Manually putting in the freaking buttons. Oh boy. So tide search set. Is this gear right, guys? Just to check. Double hanging river kit, tide surge, and then aether tech body. This is the one that gives bonus on stagger, right? Is my avatar's hand tracking my mouse? Yes, it is. The good, keen eye. It also clicks when I click. Tide surge. And I have to refresh myself what the F her weapon is. I don't even remember the name. And now my model's frozen up. Crawl Vanguard. Oh, I literally wrote it out. Combo on infliction. Skill damage dots for every skill. Hang on, guys. Does anybody have last rite's stupid weapon? Cause there's something on it that... Hang on. I remember having a conversation about this in my Discord, but I forgot what the outcome of it was. So on her sake, there's this thing, that says, oops, skill damage dealt plus this for every skill. Is this... Does that mean battle skill, combo skill, ultimate skill? Or what? The 56% in this case. Like, if you equip it, do you see your ultimate damage go up? And your combo damage? All of them, okay. Who the hell writes it like this? Skill damage dealt plus for every skill. How about auto attack? Auto attack as well or no? Everything except normal. Okay. Gotcha. Skill damage dealt for every skill. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's a little weird. Okay. That damage bonus is insane. That was the max on capital, so... Okay, so this should be... 32%. 32% at... P0. And then... 16% when applying infliction. And 32%... Okay, so... Oh, I applied... Wait... Okay, 16% cryo damage dots. Dude, I think I totally got it backwards here. I totally got it backwards here. Do we already have numbers? No. But... We know... She is the missing piece, and we know how her rotation works. So, we can figure out how strong she needs to be in order to be better than other options we already know, you know? So, like, for Yvonne, she has to give about 15% susceptibility, 15 to 18% susceptibility, and to be roughly equivalent in buffing to Gilberta,
Hopefully one day they release content where your theory crafting can be fully used. Maygi, I drool.
True! True! Surely they will, right? I've been thank you all for 27 months. I'm just... Surely they just gave us all this dead time to give me more time to set up my numbers. And surely I'm not just doing big brain numbers for what's going to forever be nothing burger content, right? 16%, and then another 35%. From the set. So this should be active for the rest of the fight. Until she combos. At which case she'll gain another... God, her weapon is busted! Also, Saya, thanks for the prime! Thank you, and welcome! Guys, I've been thinking of doing some rebranding on the Discord server, which is presently called Pastel. Pastel Dreams. Which, honestly, has zero meaning. I just thought it sounded cute. I made it years before even considering becoming a VTuber. So yeah. I was thinking something like Magical Math Club. Or like Mathematical Academy. What do you guys think? Something along those lines. I think it would be cool. A 15 seconds. This would last 1, 2, 3. 3 basic attacks. It would cover this much. Mathematical is a W. I'm glad you like it. Is Gilberta going to be replaced? You know, I initially thought that Perlica would be the one getting replaced, but once you think about it, Gilberta was never that great in the Yvonne team to begin with. Because Yvonne's is like almost 10 seconds, and Gilberta can only buff, you know, the latter half of it. Which also means you're losing stanza for for half of it as well. And especially because Tangtang is also doing susceptibility, it's better to just replace Gilberta and have Gilberta and Tangtang and Perlica, which calcs considerably higher. Gilberta is amazing for bursty characters like Last Rite or Yvonne. I mean, not Yvonne, Aviwana. Isn't Mathematics on Monogatari OP? I'm actually not sure about that one. Perlica should be on every team. You should sign up everyone into thinking that so she can get her 30k. Yep, I guess Perlica is just the best character in the game, guys. Yvonne Last Rite's dual DPS. Oh, I have spent hours hours crunching that, okay? And let me tell you, it was always copium, always copium. Certainly, last rite wouldn't make it any better, okay? But I spent so long cooking all the different types of last rite, yvonne rotations. The best I can do was last rate 10% weaker than last rate 10% weaker than just focusing on yvonne. So this would be the normal team, which means we would have a stanza over here. You're interested in old spot Tangtang in Electro team. Wait, what does Tangtang do for Electro team? Is it just for the susceptibility? But to replace like Gilberta? Or who would you replace? Anto? Anto has susceptibility and amp. 20% amp, mind you. Oops. Where am I? Let me link the amp code from yvonne. Cause like the thing with Hihi is Hihi buffs the amp of one character with her skill, which is why running dual DPS is a little sus. Cause instead of having one really strong DPS, you have two kind of scuffed DPS. Dude, that amp is insane. So when she does her thing, she puts susceptibility for how long? 15, right? 15 seconds. So this should have 9% susceptibility. And then that will run out, and then we'll have a massive 73% susceptibility. Because again, for those who weren't here when I explained it, her passive that says increases the power of Frio's susceptibility that she benefits from by 1.5 times. Oh wait, it's only for the ult. So this should just be 12%. And then this, so even arch susceptibility gets amped. Oh, I don't know how many LS enjoyers are out there, but I was never a LS enjoyer, and after Tangtang, it definitely doesn't really fit anymore, so screw LS, am I right? Okay, that's detonation units, that's her weapon, and her weapon and set, that stanza, that's exclamation mark hashtag ref. Oh, the finisher. Don't forget the finisher. This can't be right. I think I forgot something. Oh wait, Perlica, electrocute. There is no electrocute. We'll have electrocute on for. Will that reach the combo? Let me check. Yes, it will cover the combo. Oops. We have our numbers. No, we are kind of doing a funny solve for X. We are looking at her other teams and options and determining, okay, Tangtang needs to be this strong to be better than these other options. So yeah, so right now I'm just I haven't set up a dedicated last rite team. I only had like Yvonne last rite. So we're doing a dedicated last rite because there's 3 main teams that we're gonna want to test. We have the last rite Tangtang, Yvonne Tangtang, and then Tangtang solo. Because we already know how the kit works, we can make the rotation, and we can have this all set up ahead of time, so that once her numbers drop, it's just like, boom, plug it in, and we can see exactly how good she is instantly. So like, we're getting our work done ahead of time. Of course, like a lot of this is there's 2 things that these numbers are contingent on. 1, how much susceptibility does she do? And 2, how much damage does she do? So, as of right now, in the Yvonne team, if you replace the Rita, if she gives around 15% susceptibility, the buffing power is roughly equivalent to Gilberta. And then of course, her personal damage will be that much better. Her Her combo skill is like 12-second cooldown. 12 to 13 seconds based on the video footage. Okay. These numbers are shaping up. I feel like they're missing a little bit. A 32% skill damage. 48%. Why is this hard coded? Excuse me? How fast can she inflict stacks? I mean, essentially the same as any other characters. But it's like you don't want to use her skill before ramping up. She's like kind of like Aviwana. You want to get 2 whirlpools down, so you get a 3 water spout skill. Cause more water spout, more debuff. So if you use the skill carelessly, you're kind of trolling. And you're not really getting anything out of it. So basically what you do is you only use her skill once in a rotation. Once at a 2 whirlpool point, and then later in the rotation you use her ult. Cause her ult is essentially a substitute for her skill. And it will convert the whirlpools in the same way. Why do I feel like this number is a little low? 750k last rite ult on average. Oh wait. I forgot the Aether Tech plating, right? This is the this is the bonus damage versus shattered, which I have to manually add. Plus 26.9. Aether Tech plating stonks. So now this is 825k on average. You've seen 1 mil. I mean, that's probably with food buff, right? So 2.8 mil damage per rotation. That still feels a bit low. I mean, her rotation is a solid 5 seconds faster than Yvonne rotation. So we have that. Oh wait! I forgot. We're missing Eternal Zeronite. We're missing Eternal Zeronite. Dude, I freaking hate manual cheating. This sucks. it's so prone to forgetting things. Oh, I don't even remember what this 35 is. That is the tide surge. Okay. No, manual. Okay, manually putting in the buffs. Okay. And manually putting in buffs is... yeah. That is why I like a more controlled approach, which is why I'm working on the thing I'm working on. Because like doing it like super manually like this is just... yeah. Not ideal whatsoever. Like, there's a reason for that. When I do all my other teasing, I spend a lot of time investing in building a solution that allows for dynamic calculation. Yeah, I have the combo and the combo and the ult and the finisher all buffed by Gilberta ult and Perlica electrocute. This is the rotation. Any last rite experts, feel free to critique. I'm no last rite expert. I just coupled this together right now, and I mean, you know, of course, on something like Marvel, this actually wouldn't break. Simply run Swordmancer 5 head. But against like Dagon, whatever, it would break. So it just kind of depends. Okay. About 3 mil damage per rotation. Very similar to extremely similar to Yvonne. In fact, Yvonne is like a little bit more actually. It's like 3 mil and 50k. Oh wait, what is this doing here? Your 16-second rotation is now 62. I mean, it sounds about right. It sounds just Yvonne themes needing 7-skill rotation. A 1-4-6 skill. Ooh. You know, one question that I know a lot of people asked was, like, how does Yvonne compare to Last Rite? And it was something that, you know, I never had a definitive answer for. I just said they should stay separate, because I haven't calced Last Rite by herself. Although on paper, unless I messed up, they seem pretty much on par with each other. So yeah. If anybody's been keeping up with some other theory crafting, let me know how that aligns with others. So this is our baseline for last rite. So now we can think, okay, what if we... Okay, wait, let me say this. Well, the rotation is 5 seconds faster. Okay, 5 seconds is huge. But one is limited, one is free. True. Last rite dedicated team. Yeah, they're basically the same. It's just like I would say that last rate is probably... I don't know if I would say like easier necessarily, but it's easier to buff her whole burst, and for Yvonne, you have to have laser precision timing in order to get everything you want buffed by everything. She does have less burst FTP options, yes, because Gilberta is insane for last rites, because not only can last rites' entire burst fit into Gilberta's burst window, but she also buffs that amp by 50% on her ult. But if you think last rites team has more room for improvement since Yvonne uses Gilberta, no, it should be the other way around. It should be the other way around, because Gilberta is actually she does not buff Yvonne to the max potential that she can. You don't buff half of the pew with stanza or your ult. Which means that we actually replace Gilberta with Tangtang. And yeah, we stand to lose more. Like Tangtang, I mean, both Perlica and Gilberta are amazing for last rite. So taking either of them out for Tangtang would not be as good as replacing Gilberta for Tangtang in Yvonne team. Does that make sense? The timing on Gilberta ult is the only hard part. Yes, but that is like... It is real tight to get the perfect timing. And that and the Perlica electrocute. Because you need the Perlica electrocute at the correct time. It's like a 0.1 second window. If it's too early, then your electrification drops off before you get the finisher. If it's too late, you explode your solidification. So here, let me show you the... I mean, let's just... I already have this open, so... Where is it? So this, right? You have to we specifically are holding this Perlica electrocute to use exactly now. After that specific delay, and look what happens. Instantly hitting the Gilberta combo. It lifts like just a few frames before the solidify is reapplied. And then this electrification with a dodge cancel. Look at how tight this is. Look. that it is that tight to be able to get the finisher and everything under the electrocution. So it is a very tight window, very, very tight. Yeah, if you're wondering why the damage is bad, it's because this was with the level 1 weapon. You gave up because it was not worth it. Aww. But it's cool. Okay, it's totally cool. It was really cool to get right. But yeah, it is a pretty unforgiving rotation. And hey, replacing Gilberto with Tangtang will fix it. Okay, it will fix it and it will be much stronger. How much stronger? As strong as Tangtang's personal damage. How does Yvonne compare to Electric Team in terms of damage? Here. Where the heck? Where the heck is my... Oh, there we go. Electric Team. Oh, which sheet is it? The damage per rotation is between 3 to 3.1 mil, and a Yvonne team is around 3.6 mil for a 1 minute rotation. So give or take like 15 to 20%. Any thoughts on Tangtang and the Yvonne and Vince Shatter team? I have not even considered that team. Hey, well, Tangtang will make it easier. I mean, most people said they don't have Gilberta anyways, okay? But Gilberta is the only one who's making the rotation super tight. Without Gilberta, you have some freedom. So yeah. You need to pull another character to fix the rotation. I mean, it's not fixing the rotation. It should be a substantial upgrade to the team damage. And I mean, Gilberto's also limited, so it's like, you know, pick your poison. Certainly when we get multiple team content, then you can just put Gilberta on another team. Now, imagine you have Last Rite and Yvonne built, and you're only allowed to use Hihi once. Imagine that. It's like, oh, who gets Hihi and who gets bricked? That would be a little sus. And it's not just Gilberta's ult, it's her combo, because you don't want to accidentally shatter. And because her combo trigger is triggered by it, like, technically it can be triggered by Yvonne, but with how the timing works out, it's Perlica's combo that triggers it. If you already pulled Gilberta and Yvonne, it means third character you need to pull is an upgrade for the other character that you pulled for. Yeah, it's kind of, it feels weird. But like, Gilberta is just copium in this team in general. Like, Tangtang will undoubtedly be... Like, again, the buffing should be very similar. But Tangtang personal DPS is what will make the difference. Whether she does 500k DPR, 1 mil DPR, surely not 1 mil. 500k, 700k. That will just be all gain over whatever Gilberta. Because Gilberta is not really doing that much damage. She's a generalist support, yes, Gilberta, but the unfortunate thing for Yvonne is that Yvonne's burst is longer than 5 seconds. I mean, a majority of it happens in 5 seconds, but not popping half of your pew 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 with stanza and Gilberta ult is a big miss. Never feel bad about pulling Gilberta. She's absurdly strong, maybe just not for Yvonne. Well, I mean, yes and no, right? Like, I don't know about you, but doing any farming stage, okay, any farming stage with Gilberta Yvonne feels like extremely comfy, you know? Oh, wrong team! Wrong team! Cause, I mean, there's a lot of trash mobs right now in content, so... Gilberta doesn't look too good. Her buffs seem too small for how little they last. What do you mean too small? 30 to 42% susceptibility. Is that small? It's huge! You just need coordinated bursts. You need someone who could take advantage of it and do all their damage in those 5 seconds. Which, you know, Lost Rite can do that. Aviwena can do that. Don't know about physical and heat because I don't play those. But hang on, tell me this is not value. Look at this. Look. You pull them together. It puts infliction, okay. And then you throw the bomb. Okay, is that not like solid AoE value? Insane AoE value, guys. Give me those T credits. Like, yes, you can run stanza on Prerelease, which is preferred because you can have a better buff up time. Like, this is one of the odd cases where Gilberta's Sig actually is better than stanza. Not because the buff is better, but because the uptime it's a more convenient timing. But yeah. I have farmed how many T credits today? A lot. I just dumped all my sanity items on T credits. So we have 1.2 mil, which should be enough for a new unit. Whether I will pull Tangtang, I'm not sure, but definitely I want to pull Roshi, even though I have no clue what the F I'm gonna play her with. Yeah, I haven't thought about that, but I want her. We'll figure it out. Okay, we'll figure it out. When was the last time I traded this?
X_108 gifted a tier 1 sub to Joe Staples.
Whoa! X, thanks for gifting 2 subs. Thank you very much appreciated.
X_108 gifted a tier 1 sub to J Bondig.
Hello, Trusty Scaros, and hello, I can't read your name, but hello, welcome. Thanks for the raid guide. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. And Flanfaros and Ionian follows, welcome. And no credits, always for. Yep. Yes, I know what some people are gonna say. Why are these still in stock? Why are these still in stock? The 99%. I'm saving them for a rainy day. Okay. Dude, I am like, as much as I'm excited for releasing, like, especially because, like, you know, I have crunched cryo and electric numbers and teammates to a very deep degree. I haven't given any attention to heat or physical, so I have my work cut out for me. Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of work. You can't wait to see me double Pog champ. Alright. Yeah, my account started off as a double Pog champ account. Yep. I haven't even used the thing yet. Yeah. I'll think about it once I actually start crunching numbers and figuring things out. Okay, I guess what we want to do now is... So, we have Lost Rite, no Yvonne, Lost Rite, and then we'll do Lost Rite, no Yvonne, Lost Rite, Tangtang, Gilberta. So we'll try replacing Perlica and Gilberta. So this is the base Lost Rite team. So if we are to replace Perlica, so let me put Alesh over here. Oh wait, why is... Oh, I guess I put her image in there. I mean, sure. Okay, wait, they timed her combo to 13 seconds. Do they have any actual info? I mean, surely this is no illegal information, right? Is Tangtang Kit OP? Because she can freeze the boss. I mean... It certainly will help you set up your burst, because when you're ulting, it's usually just before the break. I wouldn't say that's a huge plus, but it's definitely extremely comfy quality of life. You read an article. I mean, everyone who's timed it based on the video says 12 to 13. Is this the site I'm working on? No, this is a CN site. The site I'm working on is going to have a very similar function, but one key difference. So this is the CN site, which is really good for crunching rotations. my version, this is a temporary front end right now, just to show a proof of concept. So the main difference in mine is that every action you will be able to see the direct damage calculation, and with things like Aviwana, for example, putting out the spheres, pulling in the spheres, you can see all the separate damage instances and how they calculate. And they will get dynamically updated when adding like debuffs and additional effects. So you see it says electric susceptibility here for rods, you know. So that's like mine will be more focused on calculating the damage that you'll be doing. Cause right now I make the rotation here, it's all well and good, but then I have to, you know, make a million sheets to manually punch in the buffs, punch in the numbers, and test the damage, you know. So it will be... The goal is to combine the power of calculations and visualizing a rotation. It is also open source, so if you want to help contribute, the repository is live. Anyways, let's make this rotation. So one Tangtang combo, and then another Tangtang combo, and then we actually will, instead of you like, because she will refund 30 SP as well, it's a very, the rotation is extremely similar. The flow is similar. We just take out one of the last rite things and replace it with a Tangtang skill, and then but we need to change this timing, or else we will be not getting a or else we will not be getting a combo. We can just slightly delay that, I guess. Wait. And we can slightly delay that one. But this rotation is a little faster. So we won't have... Wait. We won't get a fourth combo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, she can just combo off her own ult. Oh wait, Gilberta wouldn't be Gilberta wouldn't be comboing at all, she'd be AFK, right? Hold up.
思考，运送。希望这些战斗能
Yeah.
你。
Gilberta will just be sitting there looking pretty. That's awkward. So like, I mean, this was definitely not going to be the ideal one, right? Stacking basically triple susceptibility. There's nothing that can come out good from this. If you instantly end the ult, break the ice. If you break the ice without Tangtang, I mean without Gilberta ult, and that I don't know if that's trolling, but imagine this, okay? And now you get Tangtang combo. And then Gilberta ult. And now you have susceptibility. Ooh. Okay, I mean, let's quickly calc if that's worth it. Okay, this would be the Gilberta Tangtang version. There is one less skill. One less skill and remove the electrocute and the Tangtang susceptibility. Let's just say it's 18% for now. So that will be applied on 3 auto attacks and 1 skill. Right, you will lose wait. Oh wait. Okay, so I don't know if you guys wait for the 3rd electrocute, because for 3rd electrocute, you kind of need to stall for 10 seconds. So the rotation I made, it holds Perlica combo and it drops off your electrocute. I mean, and your vulnerability stacks. So you only get 1 bone stack. But the rotation is faster because you don't have that awkward timing. I mean, I guess it depends on if you need to stall anyway for a stagger or whatever. So in this case, you would only lose 1 sack. Oh wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, but if you were to get your baby corrosion of a 3.6% initial reduction, 2.7 mil if doing it like this, and if you were to hold the susceptibility from Gilberta, also nerfing your stanza, but getting a baby corrosion that you can ramp up to a maximum. I mean, you would probably only get to wait like a couple seconds to make sure you get the finisher buffed. So it would be 7%, and then another 1.68 times 3, because 1.68 is the amount that this corrosion... Wait. No, my bad. It should increase by 0.84 a second, so that should mean... Okay. Okay, well, it turns out that nerfing yourself for the corrosion is not worth it. Okay, well, I'm letting you know. Okay. So this is the adjusted Tangtang last rite rotation. Replacing Perlica, you lose 250k damage as expected. There was no way that was gonna be good. But you get Tangtang personal damage in place of Perlica damage. Oh, and the other thing was how much ult gain would you need on Gilberta? With 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 0.7, 5 times 0.7. Cause Tangtang also refunds. Plus 2 real skills. She would need 151% OT gain, which is a full set of OT gain gear and her sig. So it, needless to say, that would be a little cooked. Just a little. Very, very cooked. Do not Tangtang Gilberta. Do not. It's not good. Okay, but what if we do Perlica Gilberta? I mean Perlica Tangtang. Let me save this one. Last rite dedicated Tangtang Gilberta. Okay, this is the original rotation. As you can see, this is a 2 Perlicas combo rotation. You can stretch it out to, like, if you had this here. I mean, honestly, I mean, maybe you can have your cake and eat it too. You would just need to slightly delay this. But then you get your vulnerability. So yeah, let me make that adjustment. Yeah, this should be fine. It should be fine. Wait. Oh wait, no, this is part of like her skill and stuff. Cause we have to wait for after the break. Okay, I mean that's whatever. What is this? This is a rotation visualizer and access. The concept is still there. I'll just save this as the new baseline. And, Akai and Stored Coffee, thanks for the follows, welcome. Okay, here is our baseline lost rate team, which should have now the full wait. Three stack bone. Okay. It is 3051k last rate damage per rotation. It just so turns out that Yvonne is also 3,030 some k. Very, very close. But anyways, the team of interest will be Lost Rite, Tangtang and Perlica. So the susceptibility would be linking this. And minus the Verta. But plus whatever Tangtang gives. And we would use one less skill. Okay, so the concept of Tangtang rotation here is extremely similar. So we'll combo on the first, and then combo off cooldown, and then replace one last right skill with a Tangtang skill. And then one combo ultimate, and then combo upper on ults. So you would have to plunge over here. You would have to do the funny. You would have to plunge. Okay. And everything else is pretty much identical. Let me save this. Okay. And the total damage, as expected, is a good margin worse, cause compared to Yvonne, Lost Rite benefits from Gilberta a lot more. Okay, hang on. Let me compile these numbers into something that makes sense. And I will summarize it for you guys. So hang on. Let me just plop the numbers here, and then we'll be able to make some conclusions. funnily enough, it's actually better to keep so this is what? In Gilberta. Control. So this hang on. How do I want to present this? Must write with must write with Gilberta and Perlica. Tangtang plus Perlica. A wing is in the way. Oh, my bad. And then Gilberta and Tangtang. Lost rate damage. Let me make this a little prettier. Alright, our Delia team, I should have probably calculated that too. But let's start with a baseline. Extremely speculative, assuming Tangtang sus is 18%. Okay, actually, you know what? I can do this a little better. This is a little better. Lost rate damage. If Tangtang sus is, and then we'll do like this. %, 15%, 18%. It's generally one of those values, right? So let me quickly I should just open a new window. Hold on. This is just lost rights damage. This is just lost rights damage. So we can look at this and then look at the shortfall and say, okay, like in this case, right? In this case, Tangtang needs to do 300k more damage than Perlica to be better. You know, that is what we're figuring out here. Does that make sense? Obviously this will be the same. This will be the same in everything because this has no Tangtang. I don't know, would this look weird if I merged it? Like this is the control. 15%. 15% on the Perlica version. 12%. And now the Gilberta version. And 12%. off some of those ugly decimals. Oops. So, if she does like 12% sus, she's going to need to do up to 400k more damage than a support Perlica. Yeah. So this is the last rite team. And now let's do one for Yvonne. We'll do the same comparison. Is Gilberta Perlica stronger than Ardelia Perlica? I haven't run the numbers on Ardelia Perlica. I'll run those after, if you're curious. Let me finish this first. Yvonne. Our control. Tangtang and Tangtang Gilberta. If 18%. Wait. This one. 15%. 12%. And then Tangtang Perlica. This should be the strongest. Okay, so as you can see, adding Tangtang to replace one of Last Rite's teammates, she loses a considerable amount of damage, anywhere between 350 to almost 500k, depending on what Tangtang's susceptibility is. But in Yvonne's team, the loss is very much dampened if you replace Gilberta, who was not too great to begin with. Yes, it's the Gilberta Perlica is still stronger. But consider that Tangtang will most likely be doing a fair amount of damage. So yeah. And now we know. Okay, I think this is a success. With this, we know how strong Tangtang will need to be stronger or an upgrade. So, yay! Good progress. Very good numbers. Ardelia needs the full team's damage calc. Okay, well everyone else is doing like almost negligible damage, and like I will calc the full team if, you know, I'm doing like a full-on proper video presentation. But for now, just so you don't watch me sitting at the spreadsheet for 4 times as long, we're just going to do the main DPS. okay, so if you viewer request for the Ardelia instead of Gilberta. That's right. Last right dedicated team. Okay. So if Nov Gilberta, it's so awkward because you have to, like, you get one combo early on that you don't really want to capitalize on with the corrosion. And then after this, you have to break it and then do a full auto attack combo over here. I mean, you can just break it early at this point. And then do a full basic combo. And then you get your Ardelia combo. And then you wait for the corrosion. And then you hit the skill. If you hit it over here, would that be enough? It would! Hold up. Hold up. I mean... Oh, but then we're short on SP. And that's the awkward thing about Ardelia. It's like, compared to Gilberta, yes, the buff is longer and it's good, but it's like, you can only put it on in very certain parts of the rotation, and it takes SP. Maybe better to just use it over here. So this would be lost right. Oops, do not delete. Do not delete. Doesn't Tangtang have the same SP problem? No. Because Tangtang, her skill, it not only gives 30 SP back, but she's still doing what Last Rite would be doing anyway, which is putting on cryo infliction. Where not Gilberta, Ardelia is completely extra. She is not helping anybody set up anything, except just providing a debuff. You still need X amount of inflictions. Like, it's seamless with Tangtang because all you do is take one last rite skill out and put Tangtang skill there instead. Boom, done, easy. It's the same thing. It's the same 30 SP refund. But Artelia is like, hey, I have a sheep that costs 100 SP. And you're going to wait for SP for your cryo infliction because my sheep needs to go right now. It can only go when there's no inflictions. So, yeah. So we would have some baby red shred. Ramping up over these next few hits. From the baby corrosion. And then we would have no huge susceptibility. But we would have a... So the awkward thing is... For the first rotation, we're kind of waiting until this late to use Ardelia anyway, even though Ardelia... Her buffs last 30 seconds. So, they will benefit the subsequent rotation. I mean... There is a world where you sneak it in over here. Kind of, maybe. If you delay the corrosion, you can technically put the entire rotation on hold for a second. And then... we would need one more stack. Which means we should delay this. How the heck is this gonna work? I guess you just need to pad another auto combo. All in the name of Ardelia. This is a technically legal moment. Insane. So we would instead have... starting from 1 auto after the combo, we would have... what? 20% from Ardelia. Um... 20%, and how much is our stake? %16%. Wait. But the stake is only 25 seconds. Uh-oh. It would... it would not work. It would not work. I mean, surely you can just hold the combo for the maximum amount of time. Okay, there, now it works. If you add the weapon, you can put it on top of... oh! Oops. There. I can't really see it, but... I mean, okay, this works. Okay. Just simply hold the combo until it's about to time out. Click on her and then it's the second tab. Eh? Oh, I see. Poggers. Perfect. Okay, there we go. So this is 16% for everything beyond 2 auto attacks after. Damage taken. And then that's with 20% susceptibility. Okay. So with Ardelia, oh wait, the whatever you call it will not be applied until the Zero Night of the Eternal. Won't be on until this next line. versus 3051. So almost identical damage of Ardelia versus Gilberta for last rite. But you have to wait to get enough SP for one whole skill. It kind of slows down the whole rotation. But yeah. Also, I'm just remembering. I think I might have forgotten to handle removal of the... yes, I did. There should be no Eternal Zeranites in this team. And none in this team. Until the very end, anyway. And same for the Yvonne teams. Yeah, none at all. Wait. She should have... Why did she not have Sig stacks? She should have some... Yeah, starting this early. But remove the Eternal Zeranites. Oh! Okay. Okay, and then yes, her Sig stacks should drop off by the end. Just doing some footage review. Okay. Maybe a little earlier. Okay, that should fix that. So let me update the numbers. If I could freaking... Okay. I have to redo these now. Yvonne, Tangtang, Delverta. $18, $15, $12. Perlica version. 18, 15, 12. And then lost right. Oh, good. Tangtang Prerelease 18. Um, 15. $12. $18, $15, $12. Okay, and here are the new numbers with fixing the change of the removal of the Eternal Zeronite, which should not be there when no one's actually proking it. Wait. Sorry? Hang on, am I stupid? Wait, does Hihi exist? Hello? Wait, why did I remove it? Holy dented! Brain cells? Wait. Okay, well, let me go fix it real fast. Why? Okay, smash that undo button. Smash that undo button. Fix. Oh, wait. Keep that there. It was only the Ardelia one that should have been fixed. Okay. We're back. We're so back. My bad. No, do not run Inset on Maygi. Oh, god dang it, my brain freaking melted. But I did realize that for some reason Yvonne Sig, we don't have sacks for the first combo, which is not how it should be, so that does need to change. Yeah, okay. And now we can redo the Yvonne numbers. The last right numbers should be the same. She was getting her Sig nerfed. And yeah, the cryo susceptibility passive is added in, yes. And it works on all susceptibility, not just cryo. Okay, here's the updated values. So as you can see, even from a pure buffing standpoint, okay, the damage difference for Yvonne, for especially replacing Gilberta, is minimal compared to the damage loss replacing pretty much any other teammate, replacing Perlica or Lost Rite, replacing either Perlica or Gilberta. So this should definitely be the team to look out for. The Tangtang Prerelease Yvonne team. But for Lost Rite, like, either replacement is a reasonable blow to the damage, but it's probably still an upgrade because certainly Tangtang's own damage will make up this shortfall, right? But it won't be as good as for Yvonne. It is the preliminary speculation. Like, let's say Tangtang personal damage per rotation is, I don't know, 600, 700k. If it's 700k, then, and let's say, you know, her susceptibility is only 12%. Then, in the worst case scenario, it would still be a 10% team damage increase for the last right team. But it would be a 20% increase for the best Yvonne team. So, yeah. Okay. And that will wrap up today's pre-release theorycrafting fun. Thank you guys for hanging out. I think we made some very good progress in figuring out how strong Tangtang is expected to be and how strong she can be. Good progress. I might do a video on this. Cause I don't know what the F else I'm gonna do
News gifted a tier 1 sub to
in this
Dear
1
Moonpool.
week before
They have given 31
1.1.
gift subs in the channel.
News, thanks for gifting a sub. Thank you. I mean, I guess I'll be working on my calculator thingy. By the way, if you wanna, you know, if you wanna join in on the theorycrafting fun, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Drop me my link to my GitHub. So yeah, on paper, Tangtang is more impactful for Yvonne than Last Rite. And actually, wait. Don't take those words out of my mouth. It's less of that and more of that. Gilberta is kind of mid for Yvonne. So it's not as bad to replace her. Like, don't get me wrong, Gilberta's great, but she's not as great for Yvonne as she is for other teams. Okay, and that's a wrap for today. Let me find somewhere to read out to. Grandmuse, thanks
Grandmuse
for
gifted
gifting
a tier
another
1 sub to
sub.
Ali
Thank
Be
you.
Raged. They have given 32 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Grandmuse gifted a tier
Grandmuse.
1 sub to New Backup.
Thank
They have
you.
given 33 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks for gifting another sub to New Backup. Thank you again. Okay, let's find somewhere to raid out to.
Grandmuse
Stop!
gifted a tier 1 sub to
Stop!
Nalax99. They have given
Thank you.
34 gift subs in the
Thank you,
channel.
Grandmuse. Let's raid out to shopping. I appreciate it a lot though. I appreciate it so much. Okay. So I'll see you guys soon for I'll do a video to kind of talk about what we learned today, and I guess after that we'll be looking forward to Tangtang Guide and 1.1. Certainly I'll find something else to do before then, but yeah. Until next time. Bye bye. Bye. Oh wait, raid message, guys. Raid message. Don't forget the raid message. Yeah. Okay.